Hey everyone, Void Corporeal here, part-time college professor, full-time loser. Um, and the happiest day on earth for anarchists everywhere. It's election day. Oh boy, we get to choose between a corporate neoliberal and a fascist. Hooray! Yay! Awesome. And of course, we don't really get to choose, most of us. I mean, the United States is the most dominant country on the earth. The vast majority of people who will be affected by this decision have no voice in it whatsoever. And then those who live in the imperial epicenter within the territorial confines of the United States, they have to be citizens. They have to be above age of 18. In some states, they can't be convicted felons. And the vote really only matters in a few of the swings. So Georgia and Pennsylvania will decide the fate of the world in a very significant way. And nothing says anarchism like weird, bureaucratic, archaic obstacles to public agency, um, and a hollow plebiscite over which form of domination you will choose. So we choose our new ruler, and the stakes are pretty high. As terrible as both the candidates are, one of them is a fascist, and unintended, in my opinion, that kind of trumps the other concerns, as real and legitimate as they are. You have to excuse me, I might be firing some emotional assistance to get through the night. But that's also what this stream is about. I really just want to have a safe space here for us to commiserate whatever the outcome is. Because even if Trump loses, well, that will be a very serious victory against the long, slow, fascist turn of the US population. Kamala is not a great voice for liberation, freedom, democracy, and agency either. In fact, it's the neoliberal policies of the Democratic Party over the last 30 years that are arguably the strongest sort of fertilizer in the pre-existing authoritarian soil of part of the US electorate. So, if we don't get the outcome of the growth from that garden that the Democrats have been intentionally or unintentionally tending for 3 decades, fascism, we don't get that crop finally ready to be plucked, we get more of the fertilizer. It's fun times to be living in. I mention in the title, dumpster fire, right? Hi, Taki, by the way. How are you doing? Thank you for the hydrates. I am going to hydrate with what I have in my hand 3 times, as you commanded. 1, 2, 3. Delicious. So, if you're new to my stream, I am a part-time college professor and full-time loser. I teach at a few different colleges in the Southern California area. And I am a political scientist with emphasis in political theory and the study of race, gender, class, identity, and the way those things are formed in political conflict. Not that that means my opinion is more or less valid than anyone else's, except that it probably is. No offense. Along those lines, what you're going to find here on my channel in this election coverage is first and foremost simply a place for people who are terrified of this moment. Hopefully, a safe place for those who have been targeted by the most violent rhetoric that US politics has seen in the mainstream in about 80 years, to express, vent, be honest with their feelings. And then something a little bit less of the sports casting, because there's other good leftist streamers out there like Hassan. There's lots of, or if you want something that's a little bit less left liberal, Cinemarxism channel provides good structuralist analysis. But they also, in my opinion, lately, or to the extent I've seen them, or not to sort of talk about what they do, let me put it differently. This is going to be a little bit less of the sports casting and a little bit more meta-analysis, or, for what it's worth, commentary on kind of the general state, the general moment of dumpster fire. I will be honest with you, if Trump loses, I'm going to be happy for I saw a thing from John Oliver that was I think summed it up pretty well. Like, at the very least, if Trump loses, his career running for office is over. He may try and run again or not, but he won't be viable. His only victory was an electoral college victory. So he will have been rejected by a majority of the American people 3 times. And he'll be in his 80s next time the president's about. And I will be happy to not have to be worried about a world where he may be the most powerful man on earth. I will enjoy that. Not that it doesn't mean the sort of machinery of a fascist social movement that he's left behind won't threat, but that will be a good thing. How are you doing tonight, Taki? Stress boba sounds good. I'm drinking stress water right out of this can. I poured water into the can so I could hydrate. Stress. I will do some of the sportscasty thing, however. So currently, reliable projections for the electoral college count are that Harris is sitting at 71 and Trump is sitting at 101. If you're unfamiliar with the American electoral system, let me provide a kind of crude breakdown. Each state votes. The voters, the eligible voters in those states, if they choose to vote, they go out and vote. And each state is assigned a number based on its population size. And that number constitutes what are known as electoral college votes. Whichever candidate wins the majority of votes, or the plurality of votes even, but in this case, party system, majority. Whichever candidate wins the majority of votes in that state gets 100% of the electoral college votes, except for like Nebraska. So there's little exceptions that most likely won't affect the outcome. Say that and watch it'll affect the outcome. So the presidency is not determined by the majority of votes that voters cast. It's determined by who gets the majority of electoral college votes. And the threshold to become the president is 270 electoral college votes. However, there are an even amount of votes in the system. And while it is not the most likely scenario, it is mathematically possible based on which states are up for grabs for a tie to occur for both Kamala Harris and Donald J. Trump to receive the required 270 electoral college votes. If that happens, the presidency will be decided by the US Congress. That is the system we live in. In my lifetime, 40, 2 US presidents, 2 people have become president, even though a majority of people voted against them. Even though in terms of who the people want, they lost. Because they won the Electoral College math. And those people are George W. Bush, the year 2000, and Donald J. Trump, 2016. It's possible for that to happen again, Trump. If you're following here or in any other site the election, what you're looking for is to see who wins states, how many votes each state contributes to the Electoral College, and which candidate is going to get 270. Right now, Kamala Harris is projected at a safe 71 Electoral College votes, and Donald Trump is at 101. That will obviously change throughout the night. Right now, the states that are reporting, those projections are based on the East Coast states. And smaller states, in particular, are able to report their results earlier. If you're unfamiliar with the Electoral College or the election system in the United States, let me clarify one other thing that's going to matter to how you follow the horse race element. Per the US Constitution, each individual state is empowered to create their own administrative procedure around conducting the vote, how many polling stations there are, what type of counting they use, how they staff that counting. In effect, what it means is, while this is a United States election for one office that represents everyone when it comes to the presidency, there are 50 different electoral systems taking place right now, 50 different election systems for each state. And that means that in addition to small states maybe being easier to count, and large states being harder to count, and some states having really votes, that the procedures are different. So some states will report earlier than other states. Now, the East Coast has states whose polling has already closed. So everyone has voted in those states. And as they count, it's possible to look at sort of reliably Democratic areas and reliably Republican areas, and some states are overwhelmingly supportive of one or the two parties. And once you start getting 20 or 30% of the vote in a lot of these cases, even though the vote's not done being counted, you can just give those states the vote. You can sort of assume or project that one of the two candidates is going to win those states. As more of the polls close over the next few hours, as the time shifts and the world turns and it comes later in the western part of the United States, the numbers are going to change dramatically. In addition to that, the swing states likely will not be able to fully report unless something unexpected happens, like the vote isn't as close as possible. So in some of the states like Pennsylvania, where it's anticipated to be a very close vote, it's possible that we may not know results tonight at all. It might, in fact, take another day, 2 days, 3 days, maybe even 4 days. Because they may have to count every single ballot and they may have to recount of the ballots to release official results. In addition to that, as votes are counted in each of the 50 different states, they're often counted in sub-regional manners, overseen by local election boards who find their own volunteer staff and create their own additional procedures. And at each one of those types of counting sites or voting locations, both parties will have observers. And those observers may report things that they don't like. And one of the things both candidates will be looking to do is to protect the likelihood of their victory by looking for legal challenges. So it's possible that legal challenges may emerge that might stop or pause the vote count, which would delay results further. And of course, those challenges are most likely to occur. The candidates are keeping the closest eye on the states that are going to be the closest in their results. And those are already the states that are most likely to take longer to count. Predictably, the American South is leaning Trump because many voters in the South are quite racist. And Trump is a racist fascist candidate. And people like that down there. Not everyone. Of course, the South has a lot of people of color. But the white people there are really into the idea of describing immigrants as vermins that are destroying the blood purity of America, wishing that trans people didn't exist, and praying for the extermination of people. And Trump signaled that he's going to provide all the things right and the right white supremacy. He literally said last week, if you haven't been following it, I don't blame you, because listening to the sewer of Trump news is quite taxing. But Trump kicked it up a couple notches last week, even more than Trump, because he literally said that immigrants are poisoning America's blood. It's hard to get more fascist than, I mean, he could say Sieg Heil, I guess, and it would be a couple, marginally more explicitly fascist statement. So the South, and it's as a stronghold of U.S. racial authoritarianism, is going Trump overwhelmingly, with some question around Georgia and North Carolina. The Democrats have turned North Carolina and Georgia into somewhat competitive states, with Obama winning North Carolina and Biden winning Georgia. But so far, early indicators show that Um, Trump is outperforming him, his numbers in both Georgia and North Carolina compared to how he did in 2020. Trump has shored up support amongst men. Men, Southern men in particular, seem to really like his message of subservient women without rights who, have their proper place. Um, and all the racist stuff, again, that we talked about. So he's seen dramatic inclines in male support. Kamala Harris has seen um, increased support, or Kamala Harris is dominant amongst women voters, but the rate that women voters favor Kamala Harris so far in exit polls is not outpacing the group of men, the increase in male support. So we'll see. Most importantly, one thing to keep in mind for any kind of election between Republicans and Democrats, if we continue to have them now and in the future, is that Republicans tend to do well with rural voters, and Democrats do very well with urban voters. And this matters in following the election in real time because urban centers have much higher populations, and it means the vote count takes longer. So, in states that are going to be close, one of the common phenomena that you will see is that the state will seem to be solidly Republican towards the beginning of the vote counting. And very often, the large batches of urban numbers are not even released until the very end of counting because they're dealing with much larger batches. So keep in mind that as right now, it doesn't look good for Harris in Georgia and North Carolina. Those numbers will dramatically shift as the night goes on because the Atlanta area in Georgia hasn't really been counted, and the urban centers in North Carolina have. Also, buttressing Kamala's chances in these states is that these states have sizable Black and Latino populations who almost certainly are going to show up big for Kamala. Another wrinkle in this is that Trump has suffered historically amongst suburban voters. So in 2020, Trump lost suburban voters as a sort of general principle. So much so that over in my neck of the woods in Southern California, the historically red suburban hellscape of Orange County actually turned blue in most of its races. Orange County, California, if you're not familiar with it, is almost an entirely suburban county, and it's historically one of the major strongholds of the Republican Party, and not just the Republicans in general, but specifically very conservative Republicans. So its shift as a suburban conservative vote center from Republicans to Democrats is a potential signal about Trump's viability as a candidate because lumped in sort of with the rural voters are the suburban voters. So if you just think about a basic map, a city center, right? City center, and then a rural area, and in between the rural area and the city center are the suburbs. Suburbs tend to go to Republicans. Not entirely, it's different. That bit's a little bit messier, except that in that group of voters, Trump in 2020 suffered quite a bit. And like the urban centers, there's more population in the urban centers than in the rural areas of any given state, which means the suburban centers often take longer to count as well. So one of the question marks in the horse racing aspect of the election is how are suburban voters vote? Um, and we'll see. So, in terms of projections, basically, some of the states are so secure for one party or the other that as soon as the polls close, news organizations call the race for that state. There is a journalistic practice in the United States to not officially call a race. When I say official, I mean that means the news organization declares that they believe in their projection fully. News organizations don't obviously officially determine who wins the election or who wins the state, but you will see news organizations say Wisconsin has gone to whatever party, Wyoming has gone to the Republicans, California has gone to the Democrats, because the voter registration numbers and the history are so clear. And they will make those pronouncements the moments the polls close in those states that are going to have very clear winners. So right now, since my last update, Kamala Harris is sitting at 99 electoral votes and Trump is at 120. Trump is projected to win Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, South Dakota, North Dakota, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and West Virginia. Kamala Harris is projected to win New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, and Illinois. Currently, Trump in states that have not officially reported or where the race has not been called because the projections don't allow that yet, or because there's some chance that the other candidate might win. Texas, New Mexico, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Ohio are leaning Trump. Those are based on currently counted votes. However, Texas is likely to go to Trump, and New Mexico probably going to go to Georgia and North Carolina are true swing states. And Ohio, while traditionally a swing state, is almost certainly going to go to Trump in this election. Kamala is leading in we're currently leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado, based on current projection. The most likely scenario for Trump or for the state that will determine the election, the most important state for both candidates to win is Pennsylvania. So if you are going to focus on any single race, Pennsylvania is the one to focus on. With either candidate winning Pennsylvania, their path to 270 votes is a lot. If Trump, so for example, Kamala could lose both Georgia and North Carolina and still very plausibly get to 270 because the Democrats are historically strong in the West Coast swing states. But if Kamala gets Pennsylvania and a southern state, or gets Pennsylvania and holds on to the West Coast, Kamala Harris will probably be the president. Likewise, Trump probably has an edge in the southern states. And if he gets Pennsylvania, it will probably rule Kamala Harris out from Pennsylvania. In many ways, is the linchpin for who will be likely to. I'm looking at the Secretary of State website for Georgia, and they updated their vote count 7 minutes ago. These are the numbers officially released by the state. And currently, Trump is winning with 52% of the vote, roughly 50% of the vote. But it's largely rural reporting. Again, the vast majority. Here's the other kicker, right? The huge concentrations of the population live in the urban center, right? And so in many states like Georgia, it's very possible to have the couple of urban counties, particularly the county of Atlanta that Atlanta's in and its surrounding suburban counties, overwhelmingly vote Democrat, and there are far more people living there, and have that win against a rural sweep from Republican. There's really only one state where urban centers reliably go to the Republican Party, and that's Oklahoma, where Oklahoma City and Tulsa vote Republican. As a general rule, if it's a city, in the United States, the Democrats win. It's a major city. And the United States has been urbanizing more and more over the last few decades. Smaller and smaller portion of the United States are rural citizens. It's one of the primary reasons for the Republican shift to fascism, because demographically, the writing is on the wall for the Republican Party. They, given enough time under normal circumstances with the current US electoral system, the Republican Party will become an obsolete permanent minority party as the United States continues to urbanize. In the face of that inevitability, it's easier to understand why the Republican Party has shifted towards an authoritarian anti-election footing, and why they want to do away with elections entirely, because they will not be able to win them. In many ways, these Trump races are kind of Republican Hail Marys, right? The game is winding down on their party. And they've sort of historically had two choices in response to this, because these demographic shifts have been clear for almost 50 years. In fact, some Republican politicians, in response to this, took an entirely different approach. And these are sort of symbolized or embodied by Republicans like Reagan, John McCain, and both Bush presidents. And the first approach to the inevitable irrelevance of the Republican Party is to make the Republican Party more palatable to urban late 20th century and 21st century voters with modern cultural sensibilities. And this includes a very intentionally softened and inclusive rhetoric around race and civil rights. So John McCain favored comprehensive immigration reform. Reagan favored amnesty for undocumented immigrants. Bush openly spoke Spanish. He was I believe, the first presidential candidate when he was running to release campaign ads in his own voice where he spoke Spanish, right? One approach is to sort of try and marry an aesthetic of civil rights inclusiveness with a social conservatism around family values and marriage. So, very famously, one of the arguments for Reagan's approach was that people of color tend to be, at least the argument. I'm not saying this is true, but the argument from conservatives within their sort of strategic circles was they tend to be anti-gay. And so leveraging sort of changing the historic footing since the mid 60s of the Republican Party as the covertly anti-civil rights on race party to being a pro-civil rights on race but anti-gay party whose sort of economic presentation was tax breaks, so you keep more of your paycheck, was seen as the way to try and transition the Republican Party into 21st century relevance, when there is the danger of the obvious demographic shift. Other approach is the approach that the Republican Party has actually taken, which is the Trumpian approach. That approach is to get out of electoral politics as soon as possible. And in order to do that, to harness the mixed economic and racial resentment, particularly of white voters who are unhappy with the shift into contemporary political values that the majority of Americans embrace, and to use the momentum that they can get by harnessing a strong cult-like base to muscle through the direct deconstruction of the American electoral system. And to make this as clear as possible, this is not even achieved through dog whistles. It's the direct argument given to the base if you actually follow what the Republican Party politicians in the MAGA movement say to their base. So, for example, the Republican Secretary of State candidate in Arizona in 2020 publicly, on film, promised that if elected Secretary of States of a given state, administer the elections of that state, he promised to deliver Republican victories as long as he was in office. And when asked how he would do that, he said he would throw out the votes of counties within the state of Arizona that voted Democrat. Because in his reasoning, the real Arizonans only vote Republican. So if a county happened to go Democrat, that's how you know they're illegitimate votes, because only real Arizonans would only vote Republican. And he would be throwing out the illegitimate votes. And essentially, he would make sure that the Arizona is a single party state by defining the terms of a legitimate election specifically as whether or not a Republican wins. And that was all publicly done. And that was the public campaign, and got about 46 votes, if I remember. Donald Trump, in this election cycle, has said in writing, I'm not talking about Project 2025, I'm talking about he himself on Truth Social, that upon taking office, he would like to suspend the Constitution. So, if he's able to do that, and if you're wondering, can the president do that? The answer is the president cannot do that. The president does not have that authority. So to even seriously consider that, what you're talking about is a military coup. That's the only way you can achieve that, because the Constitution is what tells you that you don't have to do what the president says if it's illegal. So under normal circumstances, if Joe Blow became president and he said, I'm suspending the Constitution, the rest of us could just laugh at him. If you're serious about doing that, you need men with guns to make the rest of the people follow along. And Trump and the Republican Party understand what that means. In other words, again, the current overall strategy of the Republican Party to deal with its growing political irrelevance in US elections is to move to an authoritarian state where elections are not held, or they're bullshit rubber stamp election for a dictator where the votes are rigged, as the Secretary of State of Arizona promised. As I said at the beginning of the stream, the voters in these swing states are probably choosing which system of government the United States will have. This is the first time since the US Constitutional Convention that such a vote has been held. Okay. Some foregone conclusions have been officially announced. So Trump is projected to win Texas, Oklahoma, in addition to some of the states we already mentioned. And Trump is at 177 electoral college votes. Kamala Harris is at 99 college. If that worries you, don't be worried. The West Coast hasn't reported in. California will go to Kamala Harris, and the California being the most populous state, simply adding California to the current vote count would almost catch Kamala up instantly. In Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is currently leading. And she's leading by a pretty good margin. She's leading by about 20%. But I'm not sure. That's not going to be the final margin. And it's still possible for Pennsylvania to go to Trump. Only 22% of the Pennsylvania vote has. And in Pennsylvania, I believe that in this case, the urban votes are being counted more rapidly. So Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania have a lot of their numbers in. So while the general rule, general principle is true that urban votes tend to be counted last or counted more slowly, it's a general rule, not always the case. So there's a lot of reporting from the urban areas in Pennsylvania, and as the rural vote catches up, Kamala's lead is going to shrink and possibly disappear completely. And to the extent one's worried about Donald Trump victory, Pennsylvania is not exactly the make or break state. There are other paths to 270 votes for both candidates, but the candidate who wins Pennsylvania is going to have an easier chance at winning the overall election. And that's because Pennsylvania has 19 electoral college votes, has most votes of the states that are currently in. Yeah, and wizards, you're exactly right. That's a really good point. So, wizards saying that PA would be a pretty bad sign for tonight. And it would signify that Kamala Harris isn't pulling the same level of Democratic Party support than Biden did. And that Democrats traditionally enjoy. Pennsylvania is historically more of a Democratic state. So while it's in play, the safe money from a historical perspective would be to bet in Vegas that the Democrats win Pennsylvania. If Harris doesn't win it, it would signal declining support amongst the electorate for the Democratic Party in this election. And that could potentially be a sign of how she's going to fare in all the other states and all the other swing states. As I said before, for anyone joining, one of the things that's, of course, stressful about US elections is the 50 different states, each having their own different electoral procedures. And so, in some of these critical states, it's possible we may not know the winner for days because it's a winner take all system in the vast majority of states for those electoral college votes. It means the critical vote margin that will determine the presidency may not be known until the end of the week, possibly longer. In the year 2000, a Supreme Court decision postponed the election results significantly because the Supreme Court had to make a ruling on which ballots could. Um, we're on the same page there, Wizard. Yeah. Both candidates will be looking to find any legal weakness that will shore up their chances of victory. But we know, let's be very clear, Donald Trump has already been caught doing engaged in extreme election interference. Multiple high-level Trump staffers have pleaded guilty to election interference in the 2020 election. And Trump himself is on tape using his status as the leader of his party and the president of the United States to try and pressure the Georgia Secretary of State to fraudulently throw the election in Donald Trump's favor by finding 10,000 more votes. That's on tape. Anyone can listen to it. And so, with a Trump friendly Supreme Court, if Trump has an angle to kick a challenge to the Supreme Court, Trump could achieve a judicial coup. He could win through judicial coup. I mean, I hope not, Taki. If by some miracle Kamala is able to win the a couple swing states by 4 or 5%, then maybe. But we already know what Trump's going to do. Trump's going to, as I said, the overall strategy of the Republican Party is to move towards the eliminations of the elections wholesale. So they have no respect for elections. And that means they don't have respect for this current election, its process, or believe that votes are legitimacy, that the act of voting itself is not a legitimate act that should hold sway for decision making in US politics and society. which means that we can pretty much predict with 100% certainty that if Donald Trump has an avenue to throw out votes, to bring a case to the Supreme Court to throw out votes, that he will try and do that. And we know that the Supreme Court is inclined to support the concept of Donald Trump as America's dictator. Yeah. And then there's the additional threat too, which is, let's be clear, when he lost in 2020 and exhausted his legal challenges, he spent months and if again, I don't blame anyone if they had trouble following this, but they spent months trying to organize a violent insurrection to restore the presidency of Donald Trump. If you follow the January 6th commission, which was nothing but Trump's own staff and cabinet members testifying about this, the plan was to stop the certification of Biden as president, create chaos and disruption using violence, and then, if you're not familiar with the American electoral system, if a president isn't certified by the Electoral College by a certain date, then Congress decides. His goal was this was what they planned around. This is not a theory or a conspiracy. The conspirators themselves have fessed up to it. The plan was to use violence starting on January 6th to delay the certification so that the Republican Congress could declare Trump president. So he's already tried a violent coup once. Now, why, if you're curious about why he's not in jail, it's because the American legal system has really hard time holding the rich and powerful accountable. Even though under the US Constitution, involvement in an insurrection disqualifies you from every public office. Not only did he not go to jail, but he was allowed to continue to run. And there's no reason to think that this time around he's anti-coup. In fact, he's done nothing over the last 2 years but doubled down on how legitimate and righteous his first coup attempt was. In fact, last week, he said he should have taken it further by refusing to physically vacate the White House. Yeah, exactly right, Wizards. We're on the exact same page. This is the dumpster fire we live in. This is the actual timeline. I wish that Andrew Tate was right and that we are in the Matrix, because I'd like to unplug from my pod and like go to a different universe or like enter a different simulation that's not this one. But I'm afraid this is actual reality. Gonna refresh some of the results and check on Pennsylvania and Georgia. So as in Pennsylvania, as the rural vote has started to come in more, in the 6 or 7 minutes that since our last sort of update, Trump has closed the margin from 20% to 10%. I don't know. Have you seen modern video games, wizards? I mean, they look very pretty, but they're quite bland emotionally and also in terms of the action. Especially if they got an AI to write it. I mean, remember too, every time they've tried to create a kind of mass interactive AI, it's like instantly become a white supremacist. However, in Georgia, on the other hand, Kamala Harris has shrunk Trump's lead. So Trump is only leading by about 5% in Georgia, with a large number of the Atlanta area votes still uncounted. So Georgia and Pennsylvania are still anyone's ball game. It did, yeah, because Georgia is sort of a typical state in the sense that the larger population areas are slower to count. And then also in 2020, the Republican Party, at the behest of the Trump campaign, encouraged Republican legislatures. And again, this isn't a conspiracy theory, this is all documented, but they encouraged Republican legislatures to count mail-in ballots last, so to not count them until the other votes had been counted. And since Democrats overwhelmingly historically used the mail-in ballot system, Trump had encouraged those laws to be passed specifically so that throughout the night it would look like a Trump wave. And then if the Democrats won, it would look like at the last minute all these votes were added up that stole Trump's victory. That's actually how carefully planned the coup attempt was. The Trump campaign anticipated that they were going to lose, and then were actually thinking about the rhetorical construction required to encourage Americans to try and overthrow their government, and encouraged successfully state legislatures to help structurally set up that narrative by making sure that the Democratic votes would be counted at the very end so that it appeared fishy and he could make the case the election was stolen. A lot of those laws are still in place. So the same sort of phenomena is going to happen in some of these states where it's possible that it will look like a Trump victory until the last minute. There is a sleeper effect, though. I am a little. One thing that gives me a little bit of hope from a purely anti-fascist perspective, because again, I'm fuck Kamala Harris too. Is I do think there's something called something like Trump fatigue, and I think it affects even conservatives and to a degree MAGA voters. People spent 4 years with that guy as the president, and every day it was like having Big Brother on your television screen. You couldn't turn away. You couldn't get away from his voice and his ravings and his psychotic horse shit and the next racist travesty. And I think the American people is not exactly a mark in their favor. But I think the average American voter of both parties prefers to treat politics kind of as an interest that they engage in every once in a while, and enjoys the privilege of not having to think about politics or the president. And Trump really violated that. So one thing that gives me hope is Trump does violate the kind of privilege of political indifference that most Americans really value. Yeah, no, that's the question, right? That's one of the big questions. And one of the problems with the Democrats is that while Trump is not favored by a majority of Americans, elections are not opinion polls conducted by pollsters that are proactively going out to find opinions. People physically have to decide to go and do an activity, whether that's to mail something in or drop a ballot off or go to the polls and vote, right? And so we can talk about favorability and unpopularity and this and that. But at the end of the day, the most important metric really is turnout. Turnout from loyalists. So the majority of the country leans Democrat since the New Deal. That's not changed. But it doesn't mean that Democrats go out and vote in every election. And one advantage that Trump has, probably in this election, is that his voters are very motivated. And Kamala Harris ran a short campaign. She doesn't have a long reputation in the American psyche. Her primary association is with Joe Biden, who does not energize his own people. And one of the primary question that we may be looking at from the gamesmanship perspective or the sportscasting perspective of this election after the fact was simply whether or not Kamala was able to motivate her own voters to go out and vote. And that may be what determines it. What percentage of likely voters ended up voting from each candidate's base? And Trump may have an advantage there. So you work for automation and companies have been repairing their machines and they're spending a lot of money on upgrades. Yeah, I mean, so you're saying that if they thought Trump was going to win, they may not be doing all this capital improvement on their machinery. But I don't know the extent to which the CFOs and COOs in industrial automation have an accurate perception of the extent of Trump's fascism and the sort of meta political shift in the Republican Party towards an anti-elections party. Maybe they have a more sophisticated one than even I do, but I required a lot of training to be able to do that, and I'm not sure if they have that same skill set. Certainly a lot of political commentators that follow politics their whole lives sort of miss the boat on that. Like I'll turn on MSNBC and it'll be these pundits going like, can you believe they're doing this? You know, they're like incredulous, you know, like they're laughing and they're smug. They're like, Trump said this. So doesn't he know that's going to hurt him with moderate voters? And, you know, they have like a lot of them haven't pieced it together. It's because he's not worried about winning elections. He's going for a coup, not trying, like it means something that, like, they haven't put it together why Trump doesn't care about being popular to a majority of people. And it's because he thinks he can win by other means than majority popularity. No, absolutely. But I'm talking even about partisan hacks that have every reason to paint the Republican Party in the worst light possible. Like a lot of them, you know, they can look at some of Trump's rhetoric, right? Like it's been clear for a long time that Trump's a fascist. It did take a while for mainstream political pundits to use the F word to describe Trump, despite how clear it's always been. But for the last 2 years, it's become a lot more normalized to call it what it is, you know, and Trump's never pushed back against that, right? Like I said, last week he was ranting about the blood purity of Americans, publicly ranting about racial blood purity. But even with that acknowledgement of the fascism, it's like there's a disconnect in what it means to be dealing with a fascist political apparatus. It's as though their perception of the fascist set of tactics is like fascists get elected and then passed fascist policies that are racist. There's, I think, in some ways, like a denial to sort of confront the true terror of what it means to have this fascist political base. And what it means is there's not going to be election. There's not going to be policies that are scrutinized by the Supreme Court. They're going to force themselves in, and then they're going to rule by decree. It will be the end of the US system of government. It will not be just like very, very right wing people passing Jim Crow policies again. And we can see, again, we can see that very clearly in even the approach they are taking to winning, which is totally indifferent to saying things that will appeal to most Americans, to the moderate voter, and instead talking about racial blood purity, because their goal isn't to win the election flat out. If they can win this, great, then they don't need to do the coup. But what they're really banking on is riling up that portion of the American public that is now committed to fascism, so that they're so committed that, as you said earlier, Wizard, they're willing to participate in terrorism and insurrection to install Trump. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you're right to a large degree with that. I think was transparent. So yeah, I mean, and they've blown the United Front moment that they could have had, right? Like the even Biden at a certain point finally referred to Trump as a fascist. Um, And since then, he's been unapologetic about that critique. But it came years too late, and it didn't come with serious alliance making and bridge building between other rhetorics of anti-fascism. Because, sort of similar to your point, that would require allowing for critique of the Democratic Party. Well, and that's the biggest problem, because this doesn't require, this is actually not a leftist take. This is the take of the United States Marshall Plan post-war. It's a really well understood dynamic that you do not have to be a Marxist or an anarchist to understand. It's very well documented. It's established very firmly in deeper political theory and in kind of number crunching, pure math political science. And to put it crudely, if you're serious about a kind of fascist or authoritarian threat and heading it off, you have one task. It's not going to bring in kumbaya, utopia. It's certainly not going to bring in socialism or anarchism. And it can actually work very well to establish the basic hierarchies of a liberal order. But your one task is to raise the material conditions and the standards of living of the population that's being entertained with a fascist option. It's all about raising the standards of living. In the US, there's an additional wrinkle, which is there's something we could loosely refer to as racialized economic resentment. So white people do have to feel like they're not losing too much ground to people of color. They have to feel that when they look over on the TV set and have a sense of what people of color's lives are, they can't feel that their lives are worse. And unfortunately, that's a real problem. But the basic challenge remains, which is you raise standards of living. And one of the most predictable global sort of population dynamics that generates the impetus or the attraction towards fascism is declining standards of living. And the standards of living in the United States have been declining since the late 70s. So if you have a slow decline of standards of living, you have a population that's increasingly attracted to authoritarianism. The most basic way to limit the growth of that impulse is to change the distribution of wealth, tweak it. And while the Biden economy has seen GDP growth and the rise in corporate profits, it's seen a shrinking of the share of income that goes to wage workers. And so Biden has turned out largely to be another Democrat that is fertilizing the soil of fascism. And like I said, none of this is a secret. This is why the United States did the Marshall Plan in Germany and Japan after World War II. A lot of corporate Democrats understood this in 2020. It's why you had neoliberals like Pelosi arguing for some degree of policies that resembled sort of light version of social democracy, because it's just simply this cynical strategic play you do if you're concerned about fascism. And there was a moment where some of those corporate Democrats who had been huddling and hiding in terror from a fascist mob immediately seemed to think, well, yeah, maybe we should finally do the thing with income. But it didn't last. And they couldn't get things passed. And they continued with the same trajectory, which was to allow the wealth divide to deepen. And they've, by doing that, by privileging corporate profits, they may have sealed not only our fate, but even their own fate, because Donald Trump has also publicly described the class of people that are Democratic politicians, like formal members of the Democratic Party, as sort of enemies of the state, as enemies within, and signaled rhetorically the need to cleanse the nation of them. And if he's elected, unlike every other presidency, like who knows what Trump does? Maybe he doesn't do any of this stuff. Maybe he can't do it. But it's a real interesting thing because there's never been a single US election where it was a question mark about whether or not the people on the other political party are going to be rounded up and executed. Because no mainstream major party candidate has even implied in the slightest a desire to do anything like that. And Trump has implied a very strong desire to do exactly that. As we are lined up against the walls, Wizard, waiting to see what happens, maybe one of the waiting for our execution in case we're rounded up, one of the things that maybe we can think in our final thoughts to get some satisfaction is the knowledge that the Democratic leaders, the leaders of the party, had a very clear warning because they had armed oath keepers hunting them down in the Capitol building. And they couldn't heed the warning, and they're going to be up against some other wall. Or maybe they'll be right there next to us. Maybe at least we can get the satisfaction of knowing the people responsible are also being harmed. But if that plays out, aside from imagining a kind of moment of emotional revenge or something or satisfaction, it will be one of the great tragedies. It will be remembered by history as something worse than the failures in the end of the German Republic, as Hitler came to power democratically. Because the leaders of the Democratic Party were policy making, they had pretty strong warning. Again, they were actively physically down by armed fascists in the Capitol building. And in response to that, they still couldn't raise. They kind of tried for a few months, and then Joe Manchin threw a fit, and it all just kind of fizzled away. All right, look at some numbers going on. Georgia's account has Trump up by about 5.5%. Associated Press has allegedly more updated numbers, but I don't think so. think the secretary. So the Associated Press has Kamala up at about 5. Um, but according to the Georgia Secretary of State, Trump's gained about half a percent. But portions of the um, ballot, the not been back county. Fulton County, 78% votes are populous. Anyways, the point is that Kamala has a lot of ground. Pennsylvania, Kamala's early 20 has shrunk to a point. Kamala's leading vote, and thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Feel free to just enjoy and watch and, commiserate vicariously, or jump into the discussion. The based on the trajectory of the rural accounting up so rapidly, um, more than likely Trump take the, but the majority of vote Philadelphia area still has. So it looks like Kamala's from Pittsburgh votes very rapidly. So as a major, that's strongly. Um, now the rural vote is catching the vote counting and catching up. So Trump is going to probably aim, but majority of votes Philadelphia and the have not even. Um, so historically, would bet that even in a close race, Philadelphia is likely, Pennsylvania is likely to see, but don't start. Um, fact, as we've been talking, now the beginning of me talking about that. Now that may not be. We may actually see it go back and now until that's possible. But more than likely, even if Trump does win, there will be a point where we see Kamala take the lead. There is still that point, however, there is still significant role and vote. I can't. Most people that say they aren't. I mean, you can imagine how disappointed I was to find out that Dr. Dre have a PhD. But I didn't lose respect for it. Are you where are you from, Gant? Are you are you from the US? If so, which state? Now, Arizona has been what's known a long time. Arizona has um, it very reliably voted, but it went Democrat Biden, and it's always talked about as a state. And one of the reasons that is Republican politics in Arizona is a little bit more complicated. I think kind of parallel example or where it tends to go Democratic, but sometimes can go Republican. The reason is that while Arizona has a lot of kind of Republican, does have a kind of base of libertarian, um, and libertarian voters a little bit more, and not even likely to, but fact that there's a libertarian party kind of affects the of um of the political culture. What it means that a lot of conservatives are end up being kind of like Romney, like George W. They have a liberal view of social issues, right? That sort of mirrors the libertarian, the broad liberty in the private of people's individual private lives. That should be and political sphere, um, or sort of policy on low tax rate means that depending on the Republican, it's plausible to imagine pathway Democratic if the Democrats appear to not be intrusive, too intrusive on economic issues, and the Republican socially. And it just so happens that in 20, for all Biden's problems from a leftist perspective, that's exactly how Biden appeared. Biden has historically proudly self-described through most of his career as the most conservative Democrat party, most Democrat. And Trump has made his political career largely on um, dog whistle or bit responses, and that mattered. Biden win. Arizona's spoken about like a state before that victory is. I personally don't. I don't think there's a reason for. I mean, this may I may not have the ability. I might as well do. That's because I don't think there will be enough Republicans happy to as happy to vote for a black woman. Lawless policies are, Reaganite, neoliberal, corporate policy. A Mitt Romney voter. He has a very mediated. If she were white, popular amongst those types. But she's Arizona, in my opinion, was a Biden. Biden, I don't think there's a chance. Kamala Harris. A lot of people didn't think Trump would win. Say the same about this issue. Never underestimate how racist. If you don't do that and you bet in Vegas, oh, you'll probably likely to win more. You accept how racist they are, you wouldn't have been surprised. And a lot of people were surprised, but it really wasn't. Now, to be clear, let me also be very clear. Majority of Americans did reject Trump, and I don't mean to do that at all. It's something we should never forget. Trump has never yet won the support of a, but a lot of people were surprised that almost half did vote for him and severely underestimated just how appealing it is to have someone who now, right, again, last week, went up on stage and started talking about protecting the blood purity of Americans. I know people personally who heard Trump say that last and were like shocked still to this late at this late date and like shocked and surprised that around half the people support him. And I don't know what country they've been. We started as a slave. Then we freed the slaves and granted them full rights for a few during the period known as Reconstruction. They had full civil rights. Then we took those away and went to a period of Jim Crow, and that lasted almost a, and a huge portion of the current electorate was born in that period of the Jim Crow apartheid state, where it was an attempt to restore the condition of slavery under another name. That's the actual world that a huge portion of the electorate grew up in, feels like is that they long to. I'm talking about the baby boom. So it shouldn't be surprising because that's not that long ago. That's a huge portion of current voters. Then those people raise a bunch of children who are another huge portion of. They raise Gen X and raise the millennials based on the values they learn in the apartheid state created as part of an effort to protect the conditions of the slave state that the Civil War ended. So again, never underestimate white America. Not ancient. My father was born right after the 40s. So he was almost a grown man when the civil rights movement legal victory. Then there are all the years it took to fully implement. And then in the 70s and 80s and 90s, there's the concerted and effective attempt to roll back those victories. So not only is it not ancient history, but a huge portion of the electorate has never really lived in a world that's defined by something other than formal white supremacy and the F. So while a last couple elections of America flare up the established form of white supremacy, again, it should be surprising that about half of the and they're willing to give up a lot to do it. That's the other thing, which shouldn't surprise you if I mean, I don't blame someone if they're surprised by it, but reading Fanon, reading Du Bois, there's a long history of white people being willing to give up their own rights and whites and their status. And in the case of Trump, it's very obvious. Voters are willing to give up their right to vote. Trump has said he's going to cleanse out the United States. What he said means that these white racist voters are willing to give up not just a marginal income gain, but some social welfare past ones themselves. They're potentially willing to give up Americanism, at least that Americanism mind its revolutionary sense as anti-authority individual. There is the other understanding of white um, uh, racial culture, right? Um, that mirrors the slave state it's founded at. So it is a willingness to give up one thing. Trump's a very extreme. And at this point, it's not that people don't know. You watch people interview about Trump and they talk about the inflation tax policy. Trump's been on the political stage essentially roughly Obama, um, racist Muslim fell about Obama's. Then he ran for president, and all of his rhetoric all been explicitly racial resentment, promises of violence. Um, and then he was president for 4 years, and you couldn't ignore Trump. Trump already achieved something that made it so that every day you had to be again like brother being so Trump voters talking about the fucking tax rate or inflation, why they like Trump, are gaslighting you. They're lying, they're being cynical, they're being genteel, a whole set of different or combining motivation because it's not safe enough for voters to say just explicitly that I'm racist, but they crave the want to boot on all the people that's to have that in their minds they lack. And if the boot crushes them, same time they're okay with it, as long as they get spectacle, the mangled bodies, crying, police savagery against the other. And that's what they want. Not one of these voters, except for maybe younger voters, their teens or mid 20s who maybe were totally politically tuned out during, but anyone over the age of 25 is lying when they say the reason they're voting for, because even if inflation's that important to them, they know at this point that that comes with family, that comes with immigrants just disappearing from the legal system, like being detained and then just where did they go? It means it comes with rhetoric that describes trans people as, which implies that they should be, that's the only rational. They know what that inflation, and when they say the reason is inflation, it means they already accept the cost that's going to come with the chance that Trump will. They're willing to roll the dice at the chance they improve their economic outlook if the cost of that is all of these and the of all of their own. They know that coming. And that's at the very least cost. And that's who almost objective. Kind of resent that I've got to put this controversial tag on there because I'm a political scientist and I don't even have to be reach the obvious. I feel like the fact that in Twitch you have to pull what you're now controversial is already a sign of how deep slipped into a post fascist reality. That it could be possible to describe measurable things, correct term, as like controversial hot button. Sort of to like the that a Trump or fascist too, which have to be about which facts, and that maybe means you have to avoid saying what for your own or sense of have to sort of feel out what version of reality and present that. And as an academic, um, I feel like I shouldn't have to worry about what's going to happen to me. Instead, as a credentialed educator, full accredited public colleges, instead selected education. as the topic. On a side note, for example, just Palestine. What is happening in Palestine, objective terms, have definition. They have understanding. It is true from a scholastic academic standpoint that there are maybe a few sets incredibly worked out objective definitions that you can sort of debate, right? There's not within the formal study of genocide within, there's not single universal definition, but there are a few definitions that are formally worked out and defended in, and presenting one of those shouldn't be a controversial act if it's actually scholastic grounded. Because what the fuck does an education tag mean if not that? And certainly most standing side that developed, even aside from the Palestinian question, would clearly and uncontroversially lump what's happening in Palestine category. But for political reasons, in a fascistic political climate, we have to describe educational content and scholastic understanding as controversial and biased. That is ass backward. Oh no. Okay. Sorry to hear that. Went on a pretty good rant too. Let me adjust my noise. I'm gonna take just a second to adjust my noise gate. Because this is actually gonna take me probably a good 30 seconds or so to dial this in. Okay, I will see about that. I don't know if that's gonna work better. I'm glad you could hear most of it, but let's go back to the election. Okay, um, Pennsylvania, Trump's up 3% roughly, with the same voting conditions. So same state where okay, good, good. Over in Georgia, not optimistic. Now, I said what I said about Arizonans, but I also want to come back to um, what I said about political organizing and get out the vote. So while in kind of a blanket sense, let's grant that my pessimism around Arizonans well founded. in a blanket sense, um, we could grant, for the sake of argument, that Arizonans would be even the Arizona Republicans who have a particular type of libertarian leaning that would make them more likely to vote against Trump, given his draconian civil issue stances, may not be willing to vote for a black woman specifically. The question of get out the vote is probably still the most important question there. And over the years, given the intensity of the political struggles in Arizona, again, one of the places where emergent fascism was strongest in 2020, one of the artifacts of that is really strong um, networks of Democrats motivated to come to the polls. So even though if I was putting money in Vegas, I would vote against Kamala taking Arizona. It's not outside the realm of possibility that the get out the vote efforts of the Democrats overcome that unlikelihood. Um, yeah, it's a pretty good gap, but the remaining votes I think are largely Democratic, and but Trump will probably win Georgia. I mean, from the outset, if we took those three states, my money would be that Kamala takes Pennsylvania, Trump takes Georgia and Arizona. But it's possible still for Kamala to win, um, based on where the remaining votes are. The remaining votes are in Democratic areas. So, um, Fulton County, Rockdale County, Gwinnett County, Cobb County, Dougherty County, and Chatham County have the largest amounts of remaining vote. So that 12% that's uncounted is largely in those counties, and those are Democratic counties. I haven't done a full map. Um, I haven't done a full map. Uh, have my guesses of how states might go, but I think there are so many. I've just been emotionally hesitant to game it out like that, partially just to avoid depression, but more analytically because there are so many untraditional variables in these Trump elections, in all three of them, that prediction in the formal sense is messy. You're, in my opinion, you arrive at something like multiple races with multiple variables that you actually can't predict because they don't conform to normal voting patterns. That could tip the races in which way. You know, most of the professional pure math political scientists, I'm a theorist. Um, most of those people had Clinton winning the Electoral College in 2016. Um, but from the but I actually think that the predictive models are from a scientific sense, like unreliable in these moments. Because I don't think it's possible to isolate variables, and I think that the models are based on established patterns and characteristic features of contextual features that are not present in the collection. In other words, I think one of the things that has to happen in the wake of these elections is I think political science has to change. Um, it just in the sense of getting an update. Because predictive model, like I said, predictive models are based on contextual features that I think are no longer present. Accurate. We've never had just and to put it crudely, right? Let me just to make it as simple as possible. Not that you need a simple explanation, wizard, but I'm also I don't keep track of how many people are in the stream. For all I know, it's just you. But I also maybe release this on YouTube, so um, and I tend to kind of have the theoretical habit of trying to distill into kind of, I guess it's more simpler maxim or whatever. But to put it crudely and kind of collapse all the different complications of what it would mean to try and empirically measure mathematically um, these elections and produce predictive models. In order to make models like that, you need observation of prior elections, right? And as simply as possible, we've never had anything close to something that resembles in the features of the US political imagination a race between a black woman and a fascist. Our models are based on competitions between two white men with marginal degrees of policy separation that are largely part of the debates in the post World War II Fordist economic order. So, if there are any people that are formally part of the discipline of political science that happen to be watching this, um, within your departments and your journals, it's time to listen to theorists um, who spend time trying to game out the logic of complex psychosocial political dynamics that inform interpretive frameworks of data. Um, because existing interpretive frameworks don't apply to the reality we're in. No, I for content hesitant to do that also because I don't want to I don't like a sportscasting approach to politics. I mean, it's an election and it's a race, so obviously you want to follow the numbers. That's what's happening. But I don't like talking about the substance of politics in that way. Um, so I was never going to have the charts and things like that. I mean, at a certain point, we might turn on a video and watch some coverage and see some of that stuff. But I also know, like, you know, I know I don't watch their streams a lot, but you know, there's other sort of leftist streamers that do that kind of sportscasting thing. Hassan is obviously the one that most comes to mind. And then even in maybe something that's kind of like my niche, I'm aware of another Los Angeles area leftist, like not kind of a left liberal like Hassan, but like a revolutionary leftist in a Marxism. And I've seen some of his political coverage. and it has some good Marxist content, but there's also a lot of the sportscasting stuff. And so I not only don't like the sportscasting approach, but I also feel like, there's other people already doing it. So, um, can have a different type of space for people that don't want to do sportscasting. Well, I mean, I will say one thing I don't appreciate about a Hassan, and I don't follow Hassan that closely. But one of the things I know Hassan has once said is he's made the point that you don't need to read theory and reading privileged or whatever. And I hope he's recounted that because, and maybe I'm misunderstanding his position, but A, that's extremely patronizing, it's racist, and it's classist. I mean, the most effective social movements not only read in the US, not only read theory, but produced theory. Um, 17-year-olds in Panther chapters in the 60s were reading Plato and Mao. In fact, they were going out of their way in some areas. I think of the LA example because I'm from here to get access to advanced political analysis, and being able to discuss theory at a high level was important in two ways. One, because it's the type of education and political understanding that white supremacy denies the disenfranchised. Um, and that connects to the second reason. It's because theory allows you to have a deeper and more complex strategic disposition. Um, the only reason why it's associated with white people is because white people deny access to theoretical education on politics. They hoard that for themselves. So I understand like white theory bros out there in spaces, like, using jargon to kind of dominate conversations and sort of smugly establish their superiority and how shitty that is. But the idea that you don't need theory, I mean, you might as well be a plantation owner. I'm gonna say something like that. Like the struggle for complex liberal arts education so that the knowledge of rule and governance is not limited to white people with the privilege and the free time to study it is a very long and important struggle. The early labor movement in the United States is largely an immigrant labor movement, and those people died. I mean, the Gilded Age, from a labor studies perspective, is known as the age of industrial violence. And in a given year, the period of like 1910 to the passage of the National Labor Relations Act in the 30s, thousands of people die in strikes and labor struggles. Like it is a churning meat grinder of poor, disenfranchised, and largely immigrant workers. And they read theory. And one of the reasons their efforts were successful is they had strategic understandings happening. Um, so yeah, to be kind of a millionaire streamer who like shows up to things and platforms important things is cool and good and fun. And I don't begrudge him his millions. I don't begrudge him that is what some people might think of as kind of like a movement prism. Um, but there's a serious flaw in thinking of theory as a kind of unnecessary privileged thing. And I do think of it as disconnected from a deeper material understanding of what types of work organizers have actually done historically. Um, And it wasn't based on kind of like simplistic reactive reads of situations like moral hot take. They had to think in complex ways about pressure points, about social and psychodynamic trajectories. They had to think in sort of not just 3-month plans, but 10-year plans. I don't know if anyone who doesn't understand the importance of theory also understands things that, like, if you have a workplace where there's not a sentiment towards organizing, getting it to a point where it goes on a militant strike is oftentimes something like a 10-year organizing project. And that the people engaged in that project have to think about it in a complex long-term timeline with dozens of micro steps that are fluid and flexible, and that it's very hard to come to an understanding of politics on that scale that integrates micro level interpersonal relationships with sort of macro level unpredictable features that you have to account for their unpredictability because they will contour how people think. So you have to build in fluidity based on plausible changes to material conditions. How a person who is just a lumberjack or working at a lathe or smelting metal, how they do that without literature and without fairly complex literature. And the answer is it's very hard to, which is why working people and people in struggle produce theory. They read and produce theory. How important is Du Bois in the United States to the actual material development of militant struggle in the 20th century? And what did Du Bois primarily do as his work, contributing to that struggle? Produce theory. So, anyways, it's just a canned rant. Hassan will never hear that. But if he ever does, I appreciate your work. I think I saw you at the UCLA encampment last year. Good to see you there. So I didn't want to bug you or anything. Um, but, check your theory take, I guess, that I heard of vaguely some amount of years ago, and that maybe you didn't even say, and that even if you did say it, maybe you've already sort of made your views stated. Hey, Kai, it's been a minute. What a surprise. See you. How are you doing? Fuck Walmart. Fuck the Waltons. Okay, maybe I should be under this new. Fuck them. I assume by pride they were unsuccessful. I'm not, by the way, I'm not optimistic about Georgia. I continue to not be optimistic about Georgia. While it's been true that Kamala could pull out, looks like there was a significant little burst of counts coming out of the Democratic areas. Uh, Kamala's lead hasn't, Kamala's, Trump's lead hasn't get a quarter of the remaining, or she needs to beat Trump by 25 points in the remaining ballots to take Georgia. That's going to be a tall order. Uh, I'm not sure if the remaining ballots are mail-in ballots. It's possible, not totally out of the realm of possibility. If 10% of the votes that haven't been counted yet, if that remaining 10% are mail-in ballots, then um, Kamala still has a pretty good shot. But it's not exclusively. Most of the remaining votes are in the urban areas, but Kamala won't get 100% votes. Get overwhelming majority, and there's still a significant amount of rural vote that has so. Oh yeah, right. I love that corp. Oh yeah, she puts she puts her family. Yeah, well, don't you know you should just put Walmart above all? Pennsylvania, I mean, Trump is leading in Pennsylvania, but that's again just an artifact of the fact that um, the vote count is very early, still in a swing state. Um, just glancing at the map of remaining votes, um, it's a lot more optimistic in Pennsylvania, but in Georgia. But if you are following the electoral college numbers, that's about right now, called races, uh, 10, 70 wins, wins. Um, the reminder that the Western states polls haven't been closed, so uh, news sites won't report on the obvious thing that Kamala's going to take most. They won't do that for ethical reasons until the polls formally close. So in um, in a few minutes, California will be counted without Harris, Oregon, Washington, likely, and that's going to that 78 more votes are added to Harris. Look a lot closer. Um, looking at Minnesota, um, historically, not only a blue state, but historically a very blue state, um, bordering on a political discourse that's socialist in nature, right? Um, most of the remaining vote in Minnesota is in the Twin Cities area, which has not reported any of their votes yet. So Minnesota has had some moments where it's inched Republican, but almost certainly Minnesota is going to vote against Trump. That'll be 10 more electoral college votes for. I did not wait. I heard about it, but I didn't like at a headline level, Kai. I didn't like read an article about the details, but I did hear about that. It, the headline didn't surprise me. I mean, by all means, if you want to use the space to talk some about that, um, given your sort of knowledge of that world, take the space. Again, is going to be in a state. The Democrats have wandered what is historically a blue stronghold since the Bill Clinton, done nothing but alienate state of the United Auto Workers, what should be one of the most reliably democratic states back when the Democratic Party was associated with the labor movement. Not only do you have the historical distance of Democrats from labor, have Kamala and Biden's Gaza. The fact that in addition Democratic Party's failures around deindustrialization, creating disillusionment with the party, you also have a large Muslim population, and um, many of whom are boycotting the election. However, having said that, um, urban areas in Michigan that are reliably Democratic, scary. Long story short, so just so in case anyone's here listening with this background, Kai asked me if I heard about the employee who got cooked alive in the bakery. Kai says, long story short, she got trapped in the walk-in oven. It has an emergency button on the inside that bypasses the lock. Doors are made specifically not to close on their own, even if jammed, and the oven was on, which could not happen from the inside. Do I know exactly what happened? No, wasn't there. It is unfortunate. Also, fellow human. I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be possible for that to happen. It's an industrial accident that should be obsolete. Kind of accident that's oh, still getting the gating problem. Let's make the mic more sensitive. All right. Hopefully that fixes it. We'll see. I added a pop filter to my mic, and I have the old gate settings, and the benefit of the pop filter is it filters out a lot of the things the gate was designed to filter out. Now I guess it's filtering out some of my other things. So apologize. But thank you for helping me dial it in. If anyone's Let me just say, if anyone's having any issues with the stream in terms of the production quality or need, just please speak up, because it really helps me to be able to dial things like the audio in more, Still cutting out. So let me just go a little crazy with the noise gate then. Me, sorry, I'm going to be talking quietly into the mic for a second just while I try and dial this in. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. We'll see. Did that make it better or worse, Sky? I just changed some stuff. Would you mind letting me know? Much better? Okay, good. All right. So, the Western states are starting to be called, and again, it's sort of a formality, but if anyone needs the reassurance, Kamala's at um, 279. I think at this point, I think I'll now switch and put what I'm looking at up so we can look at it together. Um, so let me do that. One second while I add a window capture. Perfect. Let's get this settled in here. There we go. Also zoom in a little bit. So this is the Associated Press's site. It's just sort of the numbers. So I think it's the most useful thing to look at. Um, I mean, as far as commentary goes, that's why you're here with me, right? I mean, Louisiana is already called for Trump, but New Orleans has 35% of the vote in, and unsurprisingly is leading right now for Harris. So at the city level, New Orleans is very blue, but the rest of the numbers for the state are so strongly in favor of Trump that it's considered a closed race. we're really looking primarily, at least so far, we've been looking at Georgia and Pennsylvania. There's talk of North Carolina being a swing state, and I'll check on that right now, but I've been skeptical about considering that a swing state the entire time. Um, but let's take a look. So, 86% of the vote in North Carolina is counted. Trump is up almost 3%. Um, the remaining vote, most of the remaining vote is, or large amounts of remaining vote are in the Democratic Greensboro areas, Raleigh and Charlotte, as well as down here in New Hanover County. However, um, that vote, the remaining vote needs to be so strongly in favor of Kamala that is why I like the AP site. Um, Harris needs to win the remaining vote by 18 points, and that's going to be a tough hill to climb. Um, so let me see what tabs we have open. We've got Georgia. Let me get Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Let me get Arizona up there as well on our tabs. Um, and we'll just go through and let's do Nevada as well because that's a state in competition. And let's check on, let's run the gamut of the states that are being contested. Um, Half the vote is counted already in Arizona. Trump is up 0.2%. And um, every county except for, we, we will, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble getting my words together. Um, there's a lot of Democratic vote yet to be counted, but there's also a lot of rural vote yet to be counted. So, Arizona is truly too close to call, and that can go either way. Nothing is counted in Nevada yet. We'll see what happens there. In North Carolina, we just went over. It's a lot of the Democratic vote has already been counted. Kamala's not out of the picture in North Carolina. I don't know if um, remaining vote there is mail-in ballots. If it is, that's going to mean it looks better for Harris. Um, but the truth is, going into this, any one of the safest bets you could make is that in the swing states, it's going to be close enough that we may not know the outcome of the overall election for days, and as Wizard noted earlier, possibly weeks, depending on if there are legal challenges. And if the vote is close enough, the likelihood of legal challenges is extremely high. So if you are having election anxiety, alls I can tell you is maybe use this space as a safe place to express that, because you may have to hold on to that for weeks. Unless these victories are so decisive in a way that will surprise kind of every pollster, um, this isn't going to be, probably isn't going to be over tonight, and it may not be over for weeks. Um, Michigan is a state that can go Republican and should go Democrat, and a cursory glance at the remaining vote in a very generic sense looks good for Kamala Harris. Um, this doesn't give us a precinct level breakdown, but I don't think that getting at that level of analysis is particularly useful unless you really want to stress yourself out. So, MSNBC, for example, if you want that level of precinct coverage, will give that to you at the risk of sending people away from this channel. Of course, they are not anarchists that are going to full throatedly talk shit on and acknowledge the dumpster fire of our current timeline, which you can only get here for from an anarchist. Um, but in a simple sense of worrying about the outcomes, Kamala looks good in Michigan so far. Um, Wisconsin is another state that is in contest, and um, it can really go either way. Um, yeah, I don't know. Trump said he wants to suspend the Constitution. He wanted to protect the blood purity of Americans from immigrants. Um, he spoke at CPAC where other speakers were describing trans people as vermin. That's genocidal rhetoric because you have to. The only logical response to people you describe as vermin is to exterminate them. So my question for you as Trump supporters is, how do you sleep at night? And it's a serious question. Trump's a fascist. He doesn't hide it. He put in writing that he wants to suspend the Constitution. So Trump will decide when you get rights and what right. That's what Trump wants to do. Trump wants to be the daddy of the country and decide who gets rights and when, and only he can personally grant them or take them away. So how do you sleep at night? And why do you think that once Trump doesn't need your vote anymore, that he'll give a shit about you? Those are serious questions that me as just a fellow powerless person in the world, I feel obligated to ask you. How do you sleep at night? How can you support a fascist? How can you support someone that describes large groups of human beings as vermin, who talks about the blood purity of Americans as something he wants to protect? And why do you think that once he removes the civil rights of every single American and no longer needs your support because he's installed as a dictator, which is what he says he wants and is trying to do, why do you think he will give a shit about you when he doesn't need you anymore? You go ahead and take time to write your responses. Okay, Kai. Why don't you get somewhere where there's other people around and maybe find a coffee shop or something, please? Anyways, I assume you guys are typing defenses of something to convince me that it's anything other than morally atrocious to support someone with genocidal rhetoric. Um, I'm I'm going to proceed, however, with what I was doing while I wait for those well articulated responses that I'm sure are coming. Okay. Minnesota's 10 electoral votes. Right now, Trump is leading in Minnesota, but extremely importantly, the Twin Cities area has 0% of the vote reported. Um, Minnesota is likely to go to Kamala Harris, but there's a chance it will go to Trump. They just said Trump, 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 and left. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, at this point, there's not an excuse. I'll excuse people under the age of 25 because they maybe don't know or don't remember the Trump years, but Trump's made it very clear what he wants to do. He has a clear track record of what he has done. And as the election has wound down, he's become more fascistic, more transparently fascistic. So, someone who is willing to give up all of their own civil rights while being signaled very clearly that immigrants, Palestinians, trans people, and people who lean left in general are enemy within vermin that need to be removed and cleansed from the nation. People who are willing to make that trade off are human scum. And they need to be told that. We cannot agree to disagree on fascism. They also needed to be given the opportunity to change their mind. But there needs to be absolute clarity that that's the choice you're making. And we can't be apologetic or mealy mouthed or dishonest about what the stakes and reality are if we hope to confront this. Um, we can't pretend that calling groups vermin is just an agree to disagree issue that's not that big a deal. Yes, a very, very sophisticated political discourse, right? I'm reminded of Sartre, Sartre's writings on fascism as a kind of aristocracy of the mediocre, right? Like from Sartre's experience witnessing the emergence of fascism in the 30s, um, in real time, being alive during the World War II period. Um, he sort of argued that part of the appeal of fascism is specifically for people who have a kind of a kind of deep internal self knowledge about their own mediocrity, including their own stupidity. And that insecurity around that transforms into a source of strength because fascism celebrates their mediocrity and identifies people who are otherwise exceptional in some way, like queer people who are brave enough to live outside of the pressures to conform, intellectuals, etc. People outside of that group, and then identifies them as targets and gives you the opportunity to participate on shitting on them and harming them, right? And morons that come in here and say Trump, 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 Trump like 7 times and then leave, I can't help but think of Sartre when I see that. Yeah, exactly. That's the exact one, Wizard. It's from The Anti-Semite and the Jew, where he talks about the aristocracy of the mediocre. Never believe the anti. It's a good. I mean, even that line that you isolated is such a good component of that intervention, right? Where particularly because liberals look at fascist rhetoric and think of it as absurd or ridiculous because it doesn't fit into the logics of liberalism. They think, well, how can someone think that? And the point is they're trolling. Like even Schmidt, who was a fascist theorist, I mean, the word trolling doesn't exist, but Schmidt actually articulates that what we would now call trolling is one of the most effective vehicles for the promotion of fascism because liberals have trouble recognizing it as trolling. They don't recognize that the person engaging with them is antagonistic towards them and is trying to destroy them. And they instead interpret the interaction as a discourse instead of a war. Yeah. I'm glad you do because yeah, I mean, if you read Schmidt in conjunction with that Sartre reading, if you read the fascist theory, right? If you're not a fascist reading Schmidt, then exactly what you have to do is understand that from a fascist perspective, you forgetting that is part of what they're banking on. So keeping that close at hand, if we reverse engineer the fascist playbook, is one of the most important things to do. I have I'm one step ahead of you, Kai. Get yourself something nice. I recommend a margarita. Thank you, Taki. One, two. I think there's some truth to that. I I don't but I really emphasize I think there's some truth to that. So Wizard said, I think the consequence of the phrase fascism is liberalism's foreign policy brought domestic implies the distinction between liberalism and fascism can only be observed when the in group the gov is protecting is shrinking. I think there's like an obvious logic to that that critiques the kind of privilege and uh, grounding of like the celebration of liberalism in its sheltering and in the perspective of um, being within the empire. But I do not exactly think that liberalism's foreign policy, even in its genocidal imperialism, is exactly what fascism is. I do think it's a precursor to fascism and the relationship between the sort of protected group and the targeted group is a key to the development. But I do think liberalism is more a stage in the development of fascism, and it's also not necessarily the case, at least to the extent that you could argue that liberalism doesn't necessarily have to lead to neoliberalism. But if we were to think about this in a kind of crude trajectory, if liberalism produces neoliberalism, then neoliberalism produces fascism in the context of the late 20th century and early 21st century. But what we mean by produced is also, I think, like complicated. So by produced, it might be more appropriate to say strengthens, legitimizes, and encourages the growth of a desire for the average person to restore a sense of political agency that is driven by resentment of a sense of loss, and the specific types of loss in the context of the history of liberalism are economic and racial privilege. So, in a crude sense, when we see the um, shrinking of that protected sphere, one thing that it looks like is the conditions of people in the imperial center are starting to, not fully, but they're starting to get closer to the conditions of the people in the exploited um, countries. So, in that sense, the sort of statement rings generally true. But the nature of fascism as a resentment based politics is not exactly the same as imperial repression. Imperial repression doesn't necessarily generate a political subjectivity that operates as a kind of death cult for the people who are subject to imperial domination. And so, in terms of the product, the product is vastly different. Um, there, in the register of assessing conditions, it looks the same. But substantively evaluating what happens to a population and what their political subjectivity becomes, there is a clear distinction even between very imperialist liberalism and neoliberalism and fascism. Um, yeah, no, I mean, and in that sense, yeah, I mean, like I said, in there's registers in which the saying really works, but I do think it's important to maintain the distinction between fascism and the truth of liberalism as a genocidal white supremacist political orientation or political phenomena. Fascism is what happens when that is in place. Um, for a long enough period of time. Um, but they are different. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, well, let me say obvious, but I do think you have a pretty strong point there in terms of the mechanics, right? I think it's fair to question how much the distinctions matter when the outcomes are like a group of people gets eliminated, a group of people gets eliminated. Um, but fascism becomes a machinery for the destruction of the concept of agency. I think while it's sort of um, something that helps the mystification and the denial of the reality of liberalism. Liberalism as a political phenomena really does clearly center concepts of reason and freedom as generalized universal goods, which means that when liberalism is doing its crimes, it either has to hide them or it has to present them as actually beneficial or actually in the service of freedom or liberation. And I don't actually think it's the same thing or simply more honest when you have the shift into a fascist political subjectivity, which actually thinks of freedom and liberation as destructive and celebrates conflict and violence and the establishment of hierarchy as the um, fodder for the truest political virtue that fascism promotes, which is a sense of uh, which is the vitality that comes from participating in violence, even vicariously. Um, and I think one of those two things, while both are genocidal, one of those two things is much more likely to produce higher levels of violence and constitutes the undermining of the opportunities produced in response to and partially as a product of the larger struggle around liberalism for more human liberation and freedom. It can't be taken away from liberalism that liberalism normalizes the idea that human liberation is the most fundamental purpose of politics. Even if liberalism's view on liberation is perverse and intrinsically violent. Without that normalization, it is harder to conceptualize things like fully automated luxury space communism and anarchism, non hierarchical forms of governance. Yes, outside of liberalism, those things exist. Those aren't European concepts purely or truly. But liberalism is a globalizing phenomena, and it's sticky and it's complicated. What fascism does is reject the at a rhetorical, cultural level, at the level of human subjectivity and consciousness. It seeks to make impossible to and incomprehensible the idea of liberation and replaces it with the sense of vitality that comes from death and violence. That's that's um there's a pretty I think I will say that that is the worst development of um the worst invention of humankind. The worst thing we've done as a species is create conditions that allow for the development of fascism. And liberalism produces fascism as one of its products. But I really mean one of its products. it's not necessarily the case that fascism has to be the dominant product that liberalism produces. I do think there's a role for human agency in challenging liberalism in another way. Let's also sort of acknowledge that fascism is distinct from liberalism. While it's the product of it, it's distinct from liberalism in that it is a direct challenge to it. One of the things that liberalism does is by sort of imagining that um, political conflict is really simply the failure of reason, that premise of liberalism assumes that there is a one best true way to live. It creates a kind of technocratic approach to political management and governance. And that technocratic approach favors capital because the technocrats reflect the needs of the ruling class who established the technocracy. Not because they're paid off or bribed, but in a much more complicated way where their subject formation occurs within the contours of the sphere of capital. And so, what looks most rational to them are the things they're most familiar with. They then project an idea of development and good onto everyone and everything. And as liberalism progresses, it collapses the sphere of contestation. So, in the simplest sense, politics, to go back to even Aristotle, politics is, in the simplest sense, the competition between different interests to get stuff. Liberalism collapses that by making the competition seem irrational and arguing that there are almost mathematically knowable answers that are less a matter of determining who will win and lose competitions and which interests will be more or less dominant, and instead sort of scientifically figuring out the correct distribution to ensure the preservation of liberalism itself. Now, one of the effects of that is that people's actual agency in life gets more and more diminished as liberalism progresses. One way to understand fascism is that fascism is also an impulse to restore the sphere of human agency. Think about, for example, the rhetoric of Hillary Clinton against the rhetoric of Trump from that perspective. Clinton's rhetorical strategy was hyper liberal in this sense. Clinton didn't present herself as the champion of this interest or that interest. Instead, she primarily presented herself as the most qualified and most experienced candidate that's ever ran. In other words, that presentation treats the presidency as a technocratic position. It's a technical position. And the person you want in charge is the person who knows how to run the machinery. But that presentation assumes that there are single answers and that the quest of politics is to put the person in charge who will rule based on those single best technical answers. Not that it's a question about what the share of income is going to be, about what culture and ideology is most dominant, about the way the world looks and feels and is experienced by people with different ideas and desires for what that should be. What Trump represents from this perspective, in terms of the kind of carrier of the fascist impulse, is he also represents from the right a reactionary desire to restore the sphere of human agency and decision making. Because if politics is really a technocratic matter, then not even the technocrat is making the decisions. The decisions are apparent, they're pre-made. The technocrat is simply discerning what the facts of the world are dictating. From the left, the reaction to liberalism is to restore the sphere of human agency collectively. Instead of corporate technocrats determining tax rates and distribution of resources and the appropriate cultural values, we gather up in democratic forms, and we do that by exercising our agency in real time, right? That's the historic left approach to the collapse of the sphere of human agency under liberalism. The right, who, like the left, has its global grounding in the Enlightenment and in the destruction of the absolute monarchies, the right's answer reflects the historical position of Enlightenment conservatives, which is human agency is exercised at an individual, not a collective level. And so the furthest expression of that is a dictator who makes the determinations based on their gut, their sense, human concerns. And it matters very much in a fascist imaginary that the dictator seems very real because they're not a technocrat. In fact, they hate those four-eyed, pencil-necked geeks. They hate those nerds. They're a real human going by their gut. That reaction to the collapse of human agency, fascism is the strongest possible reaction. It's a mutated, perverse expression of the same thing the left expresses, which is to end liberalism by restoring the sphere of human decision making and collapsing the mystification of politics behind the veneer of the market's invisible hand or scientific solutions to who deserves rights and resources. Anyways, sorry, Wizard. I mean, I know you were sort of talking in different registers, but I just, it's important to me at a broadcast level to retain a strong anti-fascism that's very specific to fascism as a unique kind of development. Um, Again, to put it crudely, I think while fascism is one of is the worst development, the worst invention of our species, I also think, in a crude sense, it's important to retain knowledge that, for example, one of the most heroic and important things the species did in the 20th century is that during World War II, for example, communists and liberals, antagonistic political positions, were able to unify and recognize fascism as distinct and intolerable, and persecute fascism at a global level. It's just that we are here looking at these maps and worrying about fascism because of liberalism. Um, and because liberalism fails to learn its own lessons. It's because it's actually not rational and technocratic. Um, it's, as Arendt might argue, um, like liberalism as a kind of phenomena has drank its own Kool-Aid. It's convinced itself that it's rational and interest free. Um, and because of that, it cannot defend against challenges to itself effectively because it believes that the stakes of contest are um, reason instead of force. It has drank its own Kool-Aid and it does not think of itself as a system that's based on force, like every system always is. It's simply a system that's based on force that rhetorically, if not, like you say, Wizard, at a functional level, um, rhetorically grounds itself on the concept of human liberation. Let's check some races. Absolutely, yeah. That's what Hitler was too, and that's what Mussolini was, right? That's the impulse of fascism is a perversion. It's rational. It's we then that's one of the things that liberals fail to sort of realize, that like liberalism makes a fascist impulse sort of rational. People actually feel the collapse of the sphere of discourse and human decision making and human agency. They feel the collapse of that behind presentations of politics and outcomes as inevitable or unalterable because they're the only rational things. And they desire a restoration of human control. It's just that that desire is then perverted by some of the other artifacts of liberalism that Wizard has pointed out very well, in particular, white supremacy and genocide. And so that expression also takes a form, or is also then informed by subjectivities that have required um, valuing mass murder in order to exist and establish themselves. Okay, 81% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania. Trump is up almost 4%. Most of the remaining vote continues to be in urban areas likely to vote for Kamala Harris. And Harris needs to beat Trump by 17 points. it still seems plausible that Harris can win in Pennsylvania, but it's not as close or it's not as definitive as I would like it to be. And she can lose. The vote count, the rate of counting has slowed in Georgia. Um, Most of the remaining vote continues to be in Democratic areas. Trump is up almost 3%, but that rate has shrunk as these last, basically about an hour ago, only 88% of the vote was counted. Now it's 91%. Harris is closing the gap, but she needs to beat Trump. Actually, she's not closing that. The rate of closing the gap has changed. It's slowed um, because she now needs to beat Trump by 27% in the remaining uncounted ballots. And about an hour ago, it was 25%. Let's see if they've started to count Minneapolis, St. Paul, in Minnesota. Um, Minnesota's likely going to go for Kamala, but there's always it's been a little iffy the last 20 years in Minnesota, um, even though it shouldn't be. Okay, like it's having trouble loading in. Let me refresh again. There we go. Okay, they've started to count Minneapolis, and predictably, it's now swinging wildly in favor of Kamala. That will probably hold. In Wisconsin, Trump is currently leading. It's not implausible that Trump will win Wisconsin, but the likelihood is that Kamala will win Wisconsin. Wisconsin is a, a state that Kamala should win, but there's a chance that some of the harder to predict variables that define the MAGA period. Um, Again, this is the first time we've had a black woman running against a fascist. So, possible that Trump could win, but more than likely Kamala's going to win because so much of the remaining vote is Democratic areas. Trump is leading by a full 5% in Michigan, but again, look over here, the Detroit area. The larger the circle is here, that means the more vote is uncounted. Um, and also population size of the county. So, um, for example, here, this red circle here, 91% of the vote is counted. Um, and the smaller circle shows graphically the remaining 9% that's uncounted. So we can see that a majority of the vote in the Detroit area has not been counted. Um, and let's see if it gives us that. Huh. This is not giving us the number that Kamala has to get to beat Trump in the remaining vote. But that number is likely very low. I would guess it's like 3% or something that she has to lead in. And it's a very doable margin. Um, oh, I'm sorry, Dream. Yes, I see your messages. I'm glad. By the way, I'm happy to see you here, of course. I did, yeah, I did directly respond to the Trump would be king who demonstrates this anti-technocratic principle, but I don't think I was as clear as I should have been that that was a direct response. How are you doing, by the way? Okay, I think the AP site is getting overloaded a little bit. moved to the CNN feed temporarily. Yeah, not surprisingly, CNN is projecting that Trump is going to win North Carolina. I didn't really think that state was in play. Um, Here's a good additional detail on Georgia. The outstanding vote is absentee and in-person voting in Atlanta, and that means that Kamala is probably going to be dominant in the remaining vote. It remains to be seen whether she'll be dominant enough to overtake Trump's lead, but it's plausible that the remaining vote is strong enough for Kamala based on the locations of that 9% or so that are still uncounted, that Kamala could swing back big. And this is something we talked about at the beginning of the stream, that some of these states will count their urban and mail in votes later and last. And that means that at the end of some of these races, the Trump lead will shrink, sometimes substantively, right? Um, and that phenomena is looks like it's going to be occurring in Georgia. It's only The only question is whether it will swing substantively enough to overcome the lead. I beg to differ with you on that. I think that Barry Goldwater ran a pretty bad campaign against Johnson. Um, I think he really shot himself in the foot. And I think that Hillary Clinton ran maybe even a worse campaign than both Goldwater and Harris. Hillary Clinton got her start working for Goldwater, so she sort of followed in his footsteps there. Um, yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, yeah, Jeb was pretty sad, but Jeb, to be clear, Jeb wasn't the actual candidate, so I don't think we can really lump him in. Um, Please clap. I'll tell you one thing that Kamala did that Clinton didn't do is Kamala actually went to the battleground states. Just based on that, like Kamala's campaign is better than Hillary Clinton's. Yeah, I don't know if Trump quite knows how to campaign, but I do think that the Democrats have problems with messaging. Trump should be a slam dunk for them. Um, and I think fundamentally the problem with the Democrats' messaging is that they can't talk about the most effective things that you could say against a fascist or against Trump. Um, because they're kind of unwilling to do them. They want to thread the needle between trying to find a way to convince people to not like Trump or vote for Trump without having to commit themselves, even rhetorically, to undermining the ground that Trump's standing on. We were talking about this earlier, but to just sort of simplify, if you want to defeat a kind of fascist upswell in a population, the study of the authoritarian impulse in global populations, which is a very long study. It's literally like a multi-thousand year field of inquiry in political analysis. Um, and in the last 200 years, with the development of the formal social sciences and application of advanced statistics, scientific method, and peer review to that inquiry actually has a pretty simple solution to it. I mean, you take an individual country and they have their own context and specifics of how you do it. But the gist of it is, the pattern is that what you have to do is raise standards of living because authoritarian impulses very predictably are the product of long declines in living conditions. And the United States standard of living has been declining for 40 years or so. And this, while I am an anarchist political scientist, um, this is not a left wing hot take. This is why the United States federal government did the Marshall Plan in Japan and Germany after World War II. This is something you would learn at the conservative Kennedy School of Government in Harvard. This is just one of the things we've figured out. And I promise you that people like Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris understand this dynamic because they have formal training at elite institutions. And so I do, well, I don't know if I could say that Kamala ran the weakest campaign ever, Penguin. Um, it is fundamentally very weak because, as James Carville would say from the 90s, it's the economy, stupid. Biden needed to flood money to wage workers in these 4 years. Um, by hook or by crook, he needed to raise living conditions. And campaigning with whatever else Kamala was saying, and I do think it was important for her to talk about threats to democracy and fascism, she also needed to be saying, your paychecks are way too fucking small. Um, the inflation's caused by the Trump tariffs, and we're going to put some rent control on top of everything else to make sure that, you live a happier fucking life. They needed to have real strong, unapologetic social welfare politics. Um, but the Democratic Party's not willing, you know. They recognize and understand the game they're playing, and they're sort of, to borrow a phrase from Clinton, they're looking for a third way. And they know the easiest way. And one of the things that makes them extraordinarily criminal is they're willing to gamble the rest of our lives, our fates, potentially trans people as a whole, right? Palestinians on a dice roll that they could maybe find a different way to defeat fascism from their from the using the sort of tools they have, which is policymaking, right? A different way to defeat it that's not going to cost them um, the level of sort of corporate loyalty that they're accustomed to giving. Um, they're willing. I mean, and after January 6th, where Trump supporters were trying to hunt, were armed and in the Capitol building and trying to hunt these people down, they actually had a moment, right, where people like Pelosi were arguing for New Deal style wealth redistribution for a few months, right? And then they pointed to Joe Manchin and talked about how they couldn't get it done. Um, but not only are they gambling our lives, they're so addicted to suckling from the corporate teat that they're gambling their own lives and they know it, because not only were they physically hunted, did people attempt to physically hunt them down while these elites were huddled in their offices fearing for their lives during January 6th. But Trump has recently decided to describe them as the enemy within and sort of lump them in with the vermin groups that have to be eliminated from the American population to make America great again. So Trump has signaled that if he can get away with it, he will execute Democratic politicians. And they're still rolling the dice. They still decided to roll the dice on this one. They want that third way, you know. It's like Gen Z, you know, like I'm different, right? Like I'm built different. I don't the old rules don't apply to me. No, they apply to you. It's the same world we're living in. Okay. Let's see if the AP site is still overloaded and lagging out and stuff. Okay. All right. Trump's at 230 overall. Let's check out. Let's see if the individual state sites will load. Penguin, I don't think he's the Michael Jordan of campaigning, and I'll tell you why. It does also speak to your point, but it makes Kamala look even worse. So what I'm going to say kind of counts for your argument that about how terrible Kamala's campaign is. But last week, Trump talked about protecting the blood purity of Americans from immigrants. That should be a layup. A pet rock should be able to win against that. You should be able to paint a horrific picture of um, of the future. You should be able to do something with that. That's very effective. Let me, for example, pull up what a good ad looks like. I'm going to go back to my chat screen for a second while I pull this up. All right. This is sort of a famous presidential campaign ad. This is an ad released by the Lyndon B. Johnson campaign against Barry Goldwater um, when Johnson ran for the presidency after serving as Kennedy's replacement following the assassination. Goldwater had real momentum, and Johnson was not a popular politician. He was also dealing with the early effects of the white Democrats leaving the Democratic Party because of the Democratic Party's association with the growing civil rights movement. In fact, I'm going to wait until I just notice I have an ad break. So I want to type this in chat too. So, and I'll continue. Normally, I just go through the ad breaks because a couple of you are subscribed, and want to make sure that if you subscribe, you get the benefit of the ad. But it's election night, and I'm directly responding to someone who isn't subscribed. I want to make sure they hear the response, so I apologize. Um, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is sort of to your point, Penguin, if you're still there. I don't know if you are, but about the weakness of Kamala's ability to deal with Trump. But it doesn't mean Trump's Michael Jordan. Trump's terrible at campaigning. Trump's success is a reflection of how bad the Democrats have gotten at campaigning. So Johnson's an unpopular candidate, right? Goldwater's charismatic. He appears as a political outsider. He's technically a Republican, but ideologically he's a libertarian. He has very clever kind of dog whistling that is appealing to white people who are pro civil rights while also dog whistling support of Jim Crow. You know, he's a unique and powerful political force against a kind of aging, unpopular Johnson, whose reputation is being extremely sleazy and slimy. And so it doesn't look good for Johnson in this election. But Goldwater makes one critical mistake. He associates himself with um, an Air Force general that's very well renowned from World War II. And when I say renowned, I more mean infamous. Uh, General Curtis LeMay, who had earned the nickname even in World War II, Bombs Away LeMay. And he touted closeness with LeMay as a feather in his cap to his hawkishness on the Cold War. But in the course of the campaign, LeMay expressed that his position for the Russians and Vietnam was to use nuclear weapons preemptively. And this provided a big opening for Johnson. And I can't help but think about the openings that Trump has given for the Democrats that they have failed to seize on as strongly and rhetorically effectively as the Democrats used to be able to do. So now I want to play the ad that Johnson released as an unpopular candidate, which helped to turn the election in his favor. Once off to the side, someone simply associated with Goldwater talked about using nukes preemptively. This is Johnson's response. Okay, let me actually make sure that I need to add the audio for this. Sorry. All right. Hopefully, let's see if I got the audio for this working. There we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, 9,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
These are the stakes to make a world in which all of God's children can live, or to go into the dark. We must either love each other or we must die.
Vote for President Johnson on November 3rd. The stakes are too high for you to stay home.
You see the difference between Johnson's ability to seize on something and Kamala Harris's ability to seize on something? And the gravitas of that advertisement, the cynical stoking of fear that's also not an irrational fear because someone actually associated with Goldwater is talking about it beginning nuclear warfare, of initiating it, not simply defending, but starting a nuclear conflict and how clarifying that ad is about that issue. If we were to compare that to if we think about Trump talking about blood purity, which he did last week publicly and on film, and think about this ad as an example of how to take advantage of your opponent's problems, then an ad that the Democrats may have ran instead might have been one that has Trump on one side talking about blood purity, and then Hitler yelling as on the other with subtitles where he's talking about blood purity, and then fading in should have been footage from the camps. And then it should have said, defeat fascism. Americans are really proud of World War II. Americans don't like Hitler. They talk about Trump as a fascist, but they don't present an anti fascist aesthetic. And they don't do it in terms that resonate with Americans. It was funny to call J.D. Vance weird, and it was effective at a kind of tweet level. But their rhetorical strategies don't carry or imply the true stakes of Trump's rhetoric. And the stakes are consideration of the stakes are invited directly by the things Trump says. Again, compare it to the way Johnson responded. This ad from Johnson is one of the reasons he won. It's a major contributing factor to his victory over Goldwater. You cannot unsee this ad. And it puts Goldwater on the defensive. Now the topic is nuclear Armageddon, and Goldwater's in the unenviable and weak position of having to go around saying, I'm not going to start nuclear war. The rhetorical framing is now shifted so that Goldwater's on the defensive. With one ad, the Democrats could have potentially forced Trump to run around plus talking about how he's not Hitler. And they don't take advantage of opportunities like that. Forget even the fact that they need Marshall Plan style social democracy problems to deal with fascism long term. To your point, Penguin, if you're still here, the Democratic Party can't campaign. One second. Let me go back to the electoral maps and stuff. Okay. By the way, Cobalt, good to see you. It's been too long. I'm glad you're here. The gang's all here. Taki's around somewhere lurking as well. I don't know if Syl is. Syl said she might show up. I don't know if she's got us on in the background. But Dream, Wizard, Kai's been here. I don't know if Kai's still here, but the gang's all together for this horrific night. Yay. I'm glad you're at least sort of alive. All right. Let's check Arizona again. The AP site has been having some problems as the night has gone on, unfortunately. And I prefer to use the AP site because it's got, when it's working, it's got one of the best interfaces for just the pure data. Thank you, Taki. One, two, three. Okay, it's not actually. Look at that. It doesn't show the candidates. Okay, we'll regrettably go to CNN for a minute. By the way, Dr. Frizzle Lizard, good to see you here too. Everyone's here. Dr. Frizzle Lizard, Taki, possibly still, Dream, Pokey. Wizard. It's amazing. Would rather have this site work. That's some good community spirit. I told my sister that I would buy a lottery ticket if Kamala won. She said I should buy one if Trump wins to try and survive. I I mean, honestly, I know a lot of that going around. Like, my dad has spent some money, for example, recently because, like, well, knows what's going to happen. Might as well enjoy it now. Never a good thing when North Carolina's in the headline. Unless it's Petey Pablo related. Okay, we've got the, looks like the map's working again a little bit. Okay, I would like to see some Arizona numbers. I'm going to refresh all these and hope that one of them loads. Let's take North Carolina off the board. I'm just going to hit refresh on these and then we'll come back after I hit refresh. Arizona's still glitching out on us. That's annoying. Let me just actually close these tabs and we'll reopen them. Let's see if opening fresh does something. I doubt it. I think the site's I just think the Associated Press is being overwhelmed. I think PA is non-negotiable. She's got to win Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania of the swing states is where she's got the strongest chance. Um, I mean, obviously, it's all too early to call, but a lot of the Democratic vote in Pennsylvania is still uncounted. Um, I mean, it's worse than I do think it's worse than that. I mean, Trump Trump has signaled very clear desire to end rule of law wholesale, which is something that can only be achieved by force. And at this point, Trump understands that. The paradigm for the survival of the Republican Party in increased urbanization and a long term demographic landscape that will make them politically irrelevant in elections and national elections is very clearly to get rid of elections wholesale or to establish elections like the Republican candidate in Arizona proposed in 2020, which is an electoral system that throws out the votes of counties that vote Democratic because they couldn't possibly be real votes. And the way you know that the votes are from real Americans is if they vote Republican. In other words, like fucking Iraq elections under Saddam Hussein, where there are elections and it's just 90% for Saddam. That's like what they argue out loud on camera. And we have a Supreme Court that has appears very clearly to support the concept of a Trump dictatorship. So I do think there's a misunderstanding that what happens after Trump is elected is we just get really conservative policies passed in Congress. I think what we're in store for is a wholesale change to the American system of government. This is a revolution. This is a fascist coup. And that's what they're promising explicitly. I mean, Trump put in writing that his intent is to suspend the Constitution. Trump will determine. So when the Constitution doesn't exist, well, Trump will determine when it can come back. And in the meantime, Trump will determine all matters of law and rights. Solely him, a condo developer. But it's not just going to be that there's harmful policies. It's that we're in a new political order entirely. Well, the global ramifications dream, I think, are like incalculable. But there's some things that at the minimum seem very clear. Um, First is the likelihood of major power war is going to go up because the most obvious scenario for Trump's foreign policy is a return to a mostly isolationist positioning of the US, where the theory of global peace, in effect, is something like strong regional hegemons control their own sphere of influence. And while there is a kind of argument for that being peaceful, because, for example, we would not fight Iran because we would simply secede. We would simply cede regional domination to Iran. We would not fight Russia because we would simply cede domination of Eastern Europe to the Russians. The truth is that that is the international order that produced World War One and World War Two, because eventually countries do again return to fighting over the borders of their sphere of influence. Um, and so it's the precursor for large scale major power conflict. That's one thing. Um, and the international order, such that it is extremely violent already. But as much as I don't like liberalism, it would be unfair to say that in the post World War II era, even with proxy wars and economic hegemony and overtly imperialist projects like the war in Iraq, for example, that there hasn't been less violence because of the lack of major power conflict, which also affects the minor powers and the colonized countries. It's not like when a major power conflict happens, just the major powers, like the people in the periphery die at even greater rates. They're even more affected, right? So major power conflict is worse than even raw imperialism, even for the colonized countries, right? In one sense, Trump's sort of weakening and withdrawal, American dominance at least holds a certain um, status quo in order. That status quo would dissolve. Um, it's not the obviously as a leftist, as an anarchist, I want to dissolve that status quo. I would like to see that status quo devolve. But leftist approaches to ending American hegemony um, include um, efforts to specifically protect um, colonized and dominated people. Um, the sort of regional power model um, doesn't. It just sort of returns to the like 19th century imperialist model of dividing up the world like a pie, um, and which leads to the major powers fighting over the size of their slice. I mean, Dr. Frizzle Lizard on that point about teachers, Trump described college professors as a class as um, sort of as a category engaged in long term treason. And just as he spoke at CPAC proudly while the other speakers described trans people as vermin, there is only one response to people who commit treason and to vermin, and it's the same response, and it's that you kill them. And huge, multiple large groups of Americans, because of things Trump said, have to now wonder whether they will be exterminated. It's a question mark with the Trump victory. Maybe he won't. But now you have to worry about extermination because his rhetoric, the rhetorical consequence of his speech acts is extermination. I wish the AP site would stop glitching out. How apropos, Fossabot. What a warning. If only we had that kind of spirit in response to would be dictators these days. Trump's concern for like American technocratic corporatism is very weak to non existent, though, wizards. I mean, it's one of the reasons why um, why the Democrats hate him so much. So I'm not sure that Trump would make the same. I mean, and outside of a complex republic where different interests have to compete in order to win, um, in a kind of multiple layered tapestry. Like we have to remember that and avoid kind of like crude Leninist understandings of the American political system, which sort of treat America as like a single ruling class. The the real strength of the American political system as a system of domination is precisely because it requires elites to compete with each other. They are not cooperative elites. And it's the fact that American politics is defined by elite competition rather than elite cooperation that paradoxically makes it very hard for the left to win things. Um, but with all that aside, the point is that um, the collapse of the American Republic means that politicians, and Trump in particular, don't have to be concerned with appeasing corporate interests in order to win their part of the competition. And even in Trump's first term, the biggest example I'm thinking of here is his tariffs, right? Trump demonstrated a real indifference to um, the effect of his policies on the larger corporate neoliberal order. And he clearly wants the freedom to be even more indifferent. And that freedom, in functional terms, could be expressed as the freedom to do unprofitable things. Um, and it's another way in which Trump is dangerous. Like, not even the guardrails of the tapestry of competing corporate interests will contain Trump if he wins. And without elections, or the threat of elections, he doesn't have to see alienating um, alienating sectors of industry, entire sectors of industry, as a threat to himself. In fact, with the removal of competitive elections, um, the thing that you instantly get is a patronage system. Um, corporate interests will have to fall over with themselves and compete amongst each other to please Trump in order to get things they want from Trump. And so by the collapsing elections, Trump is going to capture 100% of the existing corporate power, um, which right now is dispersed and diffused across two competing political parties. And because the political parties want power, right? They have to please their corporate paymasters. Now, these corporations will have to please their political master, who's, again, showed no compulsion to punishing uh, corporate interests the moment he thinks it's in his personal interest to do so. Whether that personal interest is as narrow as his own ego or his level of popularity or pursuing an abstract ideological goal like I'm the boss and America first, so pay us tariffs. Like, we don't know what guardrails will exist because of the way the Supreme Court has acted. And because of the way the Supreme Court has acted and the fact that Trump's desires imply military coup because they only make sense in the context of a military coup, we then have to consider that One of the possibilities is that Trump enforces his authority through martial force and or in combination with a Supreme Court who favors a transition to a dictatorship. In other words, in considering a Trump future, we have to consider the possibility that there are zero guardrails around Trump's authority, that there are none whatsoever, not even accountability to corporate interests or the base of his own party, because that's what is opened up if there is follow through on the elimination of US elections. I do not like the liberal order, but the liberal order did form as a direct response to the existence of absolute authority. And we have to consider what a future of absolute authority is by looking at how absolute authorities work. Yeah, that's not surprising that Georgia's called for Trump. It's Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. And then does Kamala get Nevada? There's a chance that Arizona, just based on the remaining vote. But as Wizard was one of the first things Wizard said and came into chat was the sort of, yeah, these battleground states signify how well Kamala is going to perform compared to Biden's numbers in 2020, and Kamala is clearly underperforming. And it doesn't bode well for the rest of the races. I think let's refresh Pennsylvania. It's not showing us the map, but Pennsylvania still seems very possible for Kamala because the Philadelphia area was the largest area that was uncounted. Um, but now we have to count on Pennsylvania. It would have been a nice cushion, and it would also have signaled the likelihood of a Kamala victory in Pennsylvania if Kamala had picked up Georgia. North Carolina was the least likely. That was an outside chance. Georgia was a stretch but plausible. But if Kamala got Georgia, it would signal the likelihood she'd take the rest of the swing states. It would have been nice to see her get Georgia because it could have been a breath of relief, but it still wasn't likely she was going to get Georgia. Georgia would simply signify, as Dr. Frizzle Lizard has said, that things went in the, or that a wizard just said that things went in the way of road driving turnout, that the reaction to Trump's failures is strong enough to keep Georgia blue. Now it's the tight race around Pennsylvania and the western states. Yeah. If Kamala had gotten either one of those two southern states, it would have signaled that she's likely to win in the West and in Pennsylvania. Now we really don't know. And it's scarier. Well, yeah, with mail-in vote not counted, there's a little bit of a wild card issue there, and the press calling a race for some of these very close races doesn't necessarily mean it's fully called, and we've seen the press make mistakes. I believe they called Arizona and I think Georgia incorrectly at first, both times last time, until they didn't. Um, maybe I'm getting that wrong, but the point is the mail-in vote has been a wild card. Um, but even if it's coming down to the the mail-in vote, it signals it signals that the rest of the swing states are true swing states. Okay, I would like this thing to finally work. I really want to check out Arizona. I'm just very curious about that. It's most of the remaining vote is in Phoenix and Tucson, in Maricopa and Pima County. That's a good sign. Kamala needs to hit 270. If she gets Arizona, that's 221. If she gets Nevada, that's 227. If she gets Pennsylvania, that's 246. If she gets Minnesota, which she's likely to, that's 256. If she gets Wisconsin, that's 266. And if she gets Michigan, she's there. If she loses Wisconsin, she needs Michigan. She can't really do it. It would be very hard. Can she? I think she could mathematically do it. No, she wouldn't. Pennsylvania is a must win either way. Because if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, even whatever the math is, she's not likely to get Arizona. But she could lose Wisconsin if she gets Pennsylvania and Arizona. Or she could lose Arizona and get um, Pennsylvania with Michigan and Wisconsin. The Democratic Party has betrayed the northern Midwest. Um, the central Midwest, like Missouri, Kansas, etc. Like you're right. I mean, it's literally like a trope in the study of politics. What's the matter with Kansas? So there are answers to that. Du Bois has the best one, but in the northern Midwest, and when it Wisconsin and Michigan, which are historically manufacturing states, there are very strong reasons for the abandonment of those workers abandoning the Democratic Party. Um, the short version is the Democratic Party led the industrialization under Clinton through NAFTA. Um, Bill Clinton was very popular in the northern Midwest, even amongst the industrial workers whose jobs he was killing. And to sort of put it like very crudely, again, very crude take. I don't want to spend, you know, 2 hours doing a lecture or whatever, but um, the rhetorical construction was this is going to hurt, but we're going to transition to a 21st century economy. And trust me, it will be even better for you than the blue collar union jobs that you've had. We're going to give you better jobs. We're going to give you job training. Your kids are going to live better lives. We're moving into the future and we're leaving the manufacturing economy behind and we're taking you with us. And Clinton was able to sell that. and he was able to get votes from the working class manufacturing communities of the northern Midwest, even while telling them he was going to end their jobs. And then they never followed through. 8 years of Clinton, 8 years of Obama, and the standards of living in the Midwest have not only not improved, they've declined in the northern Midwest. And um, a lot of the survey data from working class people in the northern Midwest who voted for Trump in 2016 wasn't even pro Trump. It was essentially, to sum up very crudely, protest vote. It was just a fuck you. In fact, it sometimes in a very extreme way, sort of survey answers that took the form of like, the system doesn't work, burn it all down. So people spent decades giving these voters spent decades trusting the Democratic Party to fulfill that promise, and they haven't. And again, I return to the failure of Kamala Harris to even cynically just go out and talk about rent control and wages. Again, James Carville famously said, "It's the economy, stupid. Talk about the economy. Talk about the money. Most people don't have very much of it. Their idea of a better life is connected to the idea that they might have more resources. It's not connected to abstract shit. The abstract shit they think about is, am I going to be less stressed out next year? Am I going to be able to finally change out my car? Am I going to like not worry about getting a flat tire? That's the shit that people think about. And if you don't talk about that shit, you're going to lose. And guess what? Trump talks about that shit. He might not be trustworthy, but he at least talks about it. Okay. See if the Pennsylvania page is loading again. There we go. That's not looking good. Trump has a 1.6% lead. Harris needs to beat Trump by about 25 points in the remaining ballots. And a lot of the vote is still spread out around Republican counties. While there's a lot of vote remaining in the greater Philadelphia area, Kamala needs to, of this remaining vote, Kamala needs to win that by 25%. That doesn't look good or safe. In fact, it looks very possible that she will lose. And if she loses a historically blue state like Pennsylvania, the chances of her picking up the other swing states go down a lot. Let's see what the math looks like without Pennsylvania. 221 if she gets all the other ones. 221, 227, 237, 247, 262. New Hampshire isn't formally called yet. 268. You'd have to then get Alaska, which she's not going to do to win. Without Pennsylvania, she loses. Well, I guess technically, if she's able to pick up these two undetermined main votes, She's at 270, but I think without Pennsylvania, even if she hits 270, we may be in the position Trump's math may be at 270, and then we're in the state of a tie where Congress determines the winner. Congress seems to be going Republican. Let's look at Trump's numbers and see if he hits 270. Now, again, if Harris loses Pennsylvania, the chance of her picking up the rest of the swing states is not high. But a loss in Pennsylvania doesn't mathematically rule her out. But let's see if that happens and then Trump ties. So 230, 246, 246, 265, 268, 269, 270. That's the tie scenario, which is a Trump victory because Congress will elect President Trump. It's stressful. Yeah, we're gonna watch the descent of the United States into fascism in real time here, unless Harris gets Pennsylvania, which is not ruled out. This lead is Trump may end up with Pennsylvania, but it's the remaining votes favor Kamala. It's just a question whether they favor her enough. With Pennsylvania, Trump could lose another one of the swing states, or Harris could lose another one of the swing states. The most positive thing that could happen for Trump's defeat at this point is for Kamala Harris to win Pennsylvania decisively. Trump hasn't claimed victory yet, to my knowledge. You want to talk about doom scrolling? Here's what here's a little snippet about Elon. Elon Musk appeared gleeful about the prospect of gaining influence over the federal government during a potential Donald Trump presidency. He posted a photoshopped image of himself carrying a sink into the Oval Office, adding, "Let that sink in." Trump has said that Musk would help him streamline government. Of course, Ted Cruz won. A majority of Texas voters are fucking morons. It doesn't mean that Texans deserve the punishment they're going to receive under the GOP. But a majority of those people keep putting them in power anyways. The rest of the people languish under the fucking growing Handmaid's Tale reality that they're creating there. The GOP deregulated the energy sector in Texas and allowed utilities to charge people thousands of dollars a month for basic electricity and made people homeless in the process. And Texans are so dumb, they thought, well, that's how the free market should work. At least the majority of them. They couldn't kick the Republicans out even after that. The like again, it's fascism. They crave the boot. They just want the boot to fall on people. They like death, they like destruction, they like suffering, they like seeing it. And even when they're the ones that are suffering, they're happy to live in a world where that is happening. Some of the most regressive people in the United States live in Texas. They'll gleefully allow the boot to stomp on their own face based on the principle of the freedom of the boot. Yeah, the boot tastes good. The idea of constraining the boot is abhorrent to a majority of those people. Yep. Yeah. We were just talking about that. Wizard and I were talking about that. Sartre has an analysis like that. Um, the aristocracy of the mediocre. It's a good analysis of one of the sort of registers of that fascism operates in. I don't think it's like a full explanation of the fascist impulse, but it certainly deals with a dimension of it, a very real and important dimension of it. Okay, last time we checked, Pennsylvania was at 90% of the votes, still at 90%. Oh, that updated a minute ago. Because Trump's lead has grown. Yep. Arizona becomes very important now. Still very close. Still a huge amount of the remaining vote in the Democratic counties. Almost certainly this won't be called tonight, particularly because it's possible for Kamala to win without Pennsylvania, though very unlikely. Probably not as much as there should be, Dream. When Trump won the first time, there were many peaceful protests and street marches. People took it upon themselves to wave signs around and say, I don't like it. I mean, that's one of the other things too, right? I mean, there's also there's what Trump's going to do, and then there's also the complete normalization of narratives of eradication, the full transition into overt white supremacy, um, and violent homophobia and misogyny, as not only mainstream but dominant, um, as being legitimized by the majority of American voters. So while some Trump voters are voting because of inflation and are simply indifferent to the death that Trump is promising, the people who want the death are going to feel like they are authorized to act. The Biden administration did everything they can to try and beat Trump on border security. I mean, that's Biden's entire playbook, his entire career. Biden is actually, in matter of fact and history, one of the Democrats that helped fashion and create the architecture for the strategy of responding to civil rights backlash by creating liberal dog whistles that signal to white racists that the Democratic Party is still friendly to Jim Crow positions. That's how Biden got elected to the Senate to begin with, and that's Biden's entire career in the Senate. Biden is one of the architects of the Clinton Third Way anti New Deal um, political positioning that became really dominant in the 90s. Biden was doing that in the 70s. Um, and Biden's continued that as president, at least around immigration. But the thing is, people that are voting based on immigration are going to vote for Trump no matter what you do. So probably the more there's probably more numbers to be had in taking a hardline anti-Trump position on immigration. You're not going to cut into his margins on immigration, and what you're not going to do is motivate people who don't favor draconian immigration policies to come out and vote for you because they don't see a clear alternative. So you're leaving, in my opinion, you're probably leaving more voters on the board than you're going to gain by trying to close the distance between Trump on immigration. Yeah, Trump is angry that Obama's numbers are better than his. He's going to correct that now. And by better, I mean he's angry that Obama deported more people than him. No, exactly. Like Kamala has continued the Biden strategy of, I hate immigrants too. Let's stop them. No, I mean the actual physical facilities are built under Obama. What I don't think you had under Obama, though, to make a distinction. I mean, first of all, Obama did more deportations, and almost by definition, a deportation is family separation. But some other things happened during Trump's deportations. the quality of the incarceration significantly declined, and it's probably inhumane to create a full equivalency, even though Obama's numbers are worse, because it's sort of like diminishing the more intensified horror that people experienced when Trump locked you up. Like, it is wrong to incarcerate people based on their immigration status in mass. It's evil, but there is a difference between types of torture. And Trump's was much more extreme. During Trump's attempts at mass deportation, people disappeared from the system. They went into the jails and then they just disappeared. And children disappeared. And one of the more troubling things about those disappearances is a certain amount of them would posit were deaths, but journalists that attempted to track down the missing children found some of them. And some of them had been, with very few records and very few tracking, adopted out to like Christian adoption services. And they particularly took like infant children, children below the age of like 2. And it took a couple years to find a lot of those missing children. And when they found them, parents were in this position where they had to consider the trauma of enforcing their legal right to be reunited with their child on the child, because the children had no memory or knowledge that the actual parents were their parents. And so now the parents were doing family separation against their own kids because their kids understood their adoptive parents to be the parents that loved them and the home that they're raised in. The outcomes of Trump's policies are like Twilight Zone horror stories. And what's going on there? Were they selling off babies? Were they appeasing certain campaign interests? There's obviously an intentional, systematic effort there, um, that's like connected with adoption organizations. And again, if we're talking about Obama, it's also another perfect example of the dumpster fire reality we live in. Because those are our choices. We can choose between something like Trump, or we can choose between something like Obama, and they're both evil. They're evil. Our recourse is in the Democrats seem slightly less evil, but their evil is on a massive scale, and their indifference to, again, their indifference to the greater evil is telling and frightening. As I've said a couple times already, they know what you historically have to do to suppress a fascist impulse in a population, and it's redistributing of resources and improving standards of living. And these Democrats were, some of these policymakers were being actively hunted down physically in the Capitol building by armed Trump supporters 4 years ago. And it clearly affected them because, again, some of them immediately were like, let's pass New Deal policies. They understood what they had to do. But as time went on, they decided to roll the dice not doing that. So not only are they risking the rest of us to fascism, but even more absurdly, they roll the dice on their own lives. And as we've gotten closer to voting, Trump has become more militant and forceful that he sees elected Democratic politicians as enemies of the state that have to be like cleansed from the population. So Trump is tacitly threatening Democratic elites, Democratic policymakers with extermination. Openly. Openly and repeatedly. It's like it's part of his stump speech to talk about the enemy within and then specifically list those people, and it's Democratic politicians. And these people still, like, the writing was on the wall 4 years ago. It's really not new. He sent in armed people. And then when the armed people went in, his own daughter asked him, like, please, you got to call this off. And he went into the other room and watched and ate hamburgers and gleefully watched it on the TV. And the reason we know about that is his own fucking daughter testified to that effect before Congress, before Congressional Committee, as his daughter reporting that. And then he spent the last 4 years defending the coup attempt. So these policymakers know that Trump wants to kill them and has tried to get them killed. And when those efforts were underway, he enjoyed watching it while like eating McDonald's. And they still can't even defend their own fucking lives because they're addicted to milking the corporate teat. They need the milk. They need it more than they need air. I mean, it's complicated for Kamala. It's not a moral excuse, but kind of like the Democratic Party in the 60s, where the Democratic Party contained. I'll take one step back. Political parties in the field, in the discipline of political science, political parties are not understood as ideological configurations. They're not ideologically consistent. It's not that one party represents this and one party represents that. When people think, oh, the Republicans are small government, the Democrats are big, whatever it is, none of that's true. And we can see the inconsistency constantly all the time with every party, which is why pundits are always like, can you believe they said this? What a hypocrite, right? What political parties actually are is they are opportunistic alliances of competing interests that compromise amongst each other in order to achieve a shared goal. They're umbrellas that contain competing interests, and interests that want to have something done in politics choose one of the two interest coalitions to join based on the calculus available to them at the time. So as the Democratic Party entered the early 60s, in the regional complexity of every little interest group and everything, they were in a position that was very difficult. They had found that in their coalition, they had voters that were white, racist, Jim Crow Southern voters. And they had also accumulated a significant degree of black civil rights voters. And the Democratic Party had been able to contain that, sort of started to develop that way in the 30s, because for a lot of reasons, but one of the key reasons is because political media wasn't as consolidated and national. So it was possible for a party to have kind of regional or localized messages. that's not as possible. So when you entered the 60s, the Democratic Party was in a difficult position because now two of the groups they had accumulated had demands that were antagonistic to one another. It was not possible to grant a demand here and not anger and alienate the group that you relied on to win elections. So famously, under Johnson's leadership, after Kennedy had kicked the can down the road. Kennedy gets credit for being like pro civil rights because of speeches he made. But Kennedy's actual policies tended to side with the Jim Crow white racist voters in the South. It wasn't until Johnson that Johnson inverted that. So Johnson took, under pressure, took positions that sided with the civil rights movement. And when he did that, that is the moment where the South becomes Republican. Because Nixon, under something that's known as the Nixon strategy, um, swooped in, and I mean Nixon's aides to this day and historically have written and talked about this as the most brilliant Machiavellian move. Nixon invented terms like the war on crime and the war on drugs as dog whistles to signal to the Southerners that the Republican Party, the party of Lincoln, would support the Jim Crow status quo. And so you have mass white exit of the Democratic Party in the South towards the Republicans. When it comes to Palestine, the contemporary Democratic Party has found itself in a similar dilemma. The complicated course of history and making alliances with different interests in the voting population has found that the Democratic Party is reliant on the votes of both Zionists and anti Zionists. And like the civil rights movement, the Democratic Party has not been pushed to choose a side to the same level of intensity as it is in this moment. So, whatever Kamala Harris does from a purely electoral perspective threatens to potentially end her viability as a candidate. And it is possible that there is no viable electoral solution. Mealy mouthed inaction and attempting to walk both lines alienates people. Choosing Palestine alienates people. And choosing a Zionist position alienates people. And because the margins in these elections are so close, Kamala Harris may not be able to afford any of the three positions and still win. And that's because political parties aren't ideological configurations. Again, they're historically contingent, temporary alliances of hundreds of tiny interests um, that are well organized. And that creates a certain level of chaos. And one of the artifacts of that chaos is that the Democratic Party doesn't have a way to retain the strength of its base and take any position on the war on Gaza or the genocide in Gaza. In that way, right, Netanyahu, by simply doing what he did, probably plays a major role in a Trump victory by simply putting the Democratic Party in the position of in a position where no option they take will not cost them votes that they traditionally can rely on. Yeah. Trump's lead has been extending in Pennsylvania. I don't agree. Trump may win, but I don't agree with calling Pennsylvania. There's a lot of outstanding vote in Democratic areas. Kamala needs to get 33% of the vote, as we see here. But it's not implausible. No worries, Dream. It doesn't look good for Harris, but I would say it's too early to call. Again, historically, you could probably call Pennsylvania for Trump now, but as I've said a few times in the course of this stream, well, it's probably likely that Trump's going to win if they've called it. The metrics that pollsters use to make predictions are largely based on assumptions of the pre-MAGA era, and I think the paradigm of American politics is fundamentally different than it was 10 years ago. Um, and it leads to a lot of unpredictable outcomes. Again, most pollsters had Clinton winning in 2016. Now that's different from examining exit polls and everything, but what it shows is that the field of polling is poisoned by um, outdated contextual assumptions, and that I believe does extend to exit polling, interpretation of exit polling. Voter behavior, for example, very few pollsters predicted the suburban shift to Biden in 2020 because it was out of sync with the historical behavior of suburban voters. Um, so, with 9% of the vote still remaining and a lot of it in Democratic areas, and also with the things Trump has done in the last week, Trump has really ratcheted up fascist rhetoric to like 11 in the final week of the campaign. And the fact that it's the first time we've had an election between a fascist and a black woman. I don't think it's easy to predict what's going to happen with the last 9% in these Democratic strongholds. I don't mean to be giving kind of false hope or something, and maybe it is inflected by like how much I don't want Trump to win, but I do think states like Pennsylvania may be too early to call. But if in fact Trump is winning in Pennsylvania, it doesn't bode well for Arizona. It doesn't bode well for the rest of the swing states. Pennsylvania is like the most likely one for Kamala to win. Yeah. Trump's lead is slightly expanded in Arizona, still not even at 1%. It's not good that it's expanding. And it looks like the vote counting has not progressed very far. It makes me wonder if there's on the ground challenges to the count in Phoenix and Tucson. As I've said also a couple times on the stream so far, in 2020, the Arizona Republican Party made it very clear that their strategy for Republican victory in Arizona is to stop vote counting in Maricopa and Pima County. So, seeing that the counting has stalled there, it may be simply that they've allowed counters to go home or something. But it makes me worry about challenges that relate to stopping the count because It was actually at 51% like an hour ago. So Trump's slight margin here of victory means that in these other counties, they've continued to count, but the percent of counting in the two Democratic counties is stayed the same. And I don't know why it's stalled out there. Like always, the Democratic failure here is trying to move to the right to close the gap. I mean, the Democratic Party saw Trump's unpopularity. With Biden, it was a good gamble. I mean, I have to concede that. But um, closing the gap between Trump to suck up Republican votes was sort of an effective strategy for Biden. But that was also at a point of heavy Trump fatigue after 4 years of his failure of a presidency. And and in those 4 years, the perception of American people and the objective reality is that their living conditions have gotten worse. The Biden economy has been successful. There has been GDP growth. The rate of corporate profit is at an all time high. But the income share of wage workers is at an all time low. And Kamala Harris did very little to reassure people or tell them directly that she would put money in their pockets. And as I've said over and over again, and on many streams past, the most predictable dynamic, even fucking Aristotle described this in great complexity 2,000 years ago, more than 2,000 years ago, exactly how a population with declining standards of living adopts an authoritarian disposition and starts to crave authoritarianism. And over the centuries of the analysis of politics, that conclusion has never changed. It's simply that additional analysis and the emergence of complex analytical tools in the 1800s as the social sciences emerged simply discovered different layers and reasons for what ancient political observers concluded when examining mass political psychology. And even the fucking United States federal government has that institutional knowledge. Like the 20th time I've said this on the stream, but that's why the United States did the Marshall Plan in Japan and Germany after World War II. Immediately moved to establish social welfare states and increase the standard of living, improve material conditions for the populations to decouple them from from an authoritarian impulse. That was the reason it was done. Let's check out Wisconsin and Michigan. Trump's leading Wisconsin. It doesn't look good for Kamala there. There's a Milwaukee and Madison have a lot of remaining vote, but look at this. There's a lot of remaining vote in conservative areas, and Trump's already got a 3% lead. Without Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris basically could hypothetically win if she picks up everything in contest that remains. So the most likely scenario, if somehow that did happen, is a tie, which means a Trump victory. But now we're really in the wishful thinking territory. Suffice to say, even with wishful thinking, without Pennsylvania, Wisconsin is non negotiable. With Pennsylvania, she can lose Wisconsin. Let's look to see about the Detroit area count over in Michigan. Trump's leading by 7% in Michigan, but there's so much of the urban vote left uncounted, and Michigan is probably still more likely to go to Harris. It doesn't mean it's going to, but she could lose Wisconsin and would need to get then Michigan if she gets Pennsylvania. It comes down to Pennsylvania. Yeah. Well, I mean, if she really, let's put it this way, if she's let's just say for the sake of argument Pennsylvania is too close to call. If at this point Pennsylvania is too close to call, the likelihood of her getting more conservative states like Arizona and Georgia at the end of the day is low. I mean, again, we're in this new brave new world. It's post 2016 MAGA world, and the political map is not predictable as it used to be. So maybe it's possible she does get Arizona and Georgia and not Pennsylvania. It's very possible, but wouldn't be traditionally your money wouldn't be on that, you know. Yeah, let me refresh this. The Associated Press hasn't called Pennsylvania yet. Um, so at least they agree with me that it's too close to call still. The Associated Press, they tend to make their calls a little bit more conservatively. They have called Georgia. And by conservatively, I mean they're hesitant to jump to a conclusion. But I think one of the questions asked in the chat earlier is very like apropos. Like, at what point does Trump just declare victory, even if the race is undecided and Kamala may still win? With the race being this close, it's inevitable that Trump will simply declare victory and then create a fucking crisis around the fact that his supporters believe that he has won. I don't know. Prepare myself to go to a debtor's prison or something. Like, I don't know what they're gonna do. The fact that I have outstanding student loans. I don't know what to do with the fact that I'm publicly leftist. I don't know what to do with the fact that they're going to cut education funding severely, um, because as a political and ideological project, they don't think colleges should exist and should either be eliminated or severely downscaled. And I'm an adjunct faculty, which means that as budgets shrink, I don't have job protections or tenure. So whenever there's any kind of budget problem, the first thing you do is fire your non-protected workers. So one of the things I have to prepare for is the likelihood that I will be jobless. Um, Jobless with questions about whether, like, I will arbitrarily face prison time or execution because that's his rhetoric. Vermin, enemies of the state, people committing treason that have to be cleansed from the population. So I think what I'm going to do is, at the very least, pay attention to whatever's going on to oppose Trump, but before he actually takes office in January if he wins. And then probably try and get drunk and play as many video games as I can and like enjoy life before it potentially really collapses. Yeah, like exactly. Well, hedonism. Pay attention to efforts that exist for self-defense and mutual aid and defense of others, but a healthy relationship to the idea that time might be limited and to try and enjoy it instead of spending it depressed um, and anxious about fates that probably can't fight against. Maybe when I'm fired from my teaching job, I can just do this full time. Maybe we get like, you know, maybe I get like 300 subscribers or something, enough to like pay my bills. Maybe I can just maybe I'll make it, guys. Maybe I want to be one of the people on Twitch that can do this full time. Maybe that's my exit. If like things like this are allowed to be broadcast. Here, let me just emote in chat really quick. I want to enjoy my own emotes while I can too. There we go. All right. Yeah. I was talking earlier, I was on a rant earlier before most of you guys got here. Just about the fact that like under Twitch's policies now, for me to talk about the elections at all goes under a new category that is designed to allow advertisers to opt out. And one of the specific things is if you talk about elections. And you know, I'm a political scientist. And while I've mentioned that I'm disgusted or something's deplorable, even when I'm providing a breakdown of something objective like what is fascism, how does it work, what is authoritarianism, it doesn't matter how scholastic or well researched it is. I'm already in a reality where instead of being able to label that as educational, because there are definitions for these terms, and there's not just one, let's be clear, like even an academic understanding of something like genocide or fascism, there's debate, but there's a selection of credible, recognized, scholastic understandings of these concepts and these realities. And even if I stay fully within those boundaries, which I'd like to think I mostly do, except when I throw in at the end that that is gross or disgusting or I'm appalled or nauseated by some part of that reality, that what I'm presenting is credible. And I am a credentialed subject matter expert, educated at a elite public university. But I can't label my content as educational under the policies of this platform. Though what could be more educational than operating within the registers of academic understandings of things? Instead, because what I'm saying is not part of commonplace non educational discourse, it is therefore controversial and not educational. So, already, even before Trump, we're in this kind of proto fascist reality where educational content is a term that's agnostic to whether it's been peer reviewed, whether it's scientific, whether it's credible, and exists as a kind of non offensive presentation of information that's not challenging. So we're already mostly there. This is just sort of the final, like, tipping over into the direction we've been going. It's not that the Twitch thing, it's just the Twitch thing's symptomatic, right? Twitch did that because um essentially because people were getting angry about streamers that were calling the war on Gaza genocide, which it is. There are multiple understandings of genocide within that are scholastic and well researched and predate what's happening in Gaza so that you just can diagnostically assess any given situation based on them, whether it's Gaza or not. And what's happening in Gaza conforms to most of those credible understandings. But were you to say that now, you have to opt out potentially from advertising revenue and label yourself as having a controversial opinion. So the education category doesn't mean anything effectively. All's that has to happen is that someone has to be really angry about an academic conclusion. And the fact of their anger means it's not educational. Arizona's very much still too close to call, still at 51%. There's been a slight trickle of votes. Um, and it looks again not like that's been from Pima and Maricopa County, where Kamala's is strong. The Wisconsin vote count hasn't changed since our last check. Michigan is still too close to call with a very plausible Kamala victory. Let's check on Pennsylvania again. Yeah. Well, this is bad news for that too. We can see the remaining vote count. This is what we're really holding on to. The remaining vote count in the larger Philadelphia area has shrunk. Um, Still a lot of votes in Cambria County. We'll see what that happens, but yeah, you just said Harris needs to get a full 50% of the remaining vote. One thing I don't know that maybe another news outlet is reporting on is as Dr. Frizzle Lizard sort of brought up earlier in some of the states, that 50% becomes less of a long shot if a lot of the remaining votes are mail-in ballots, and if they're specifically mail-in ballots in this area, um, in which case they may actually um, close that gap. But those are questions I don't know, and I think the Associated Press doesn't know either because they're not calling it yet. A condo developer that makes golf courses. Let's put uh, let's put this guy in charge of our civil rights. He have you seen the sand traps on his country clubs? Have you seen how well the greens are maintained? Let's put him in charge of the largest military that's ever existed. He sure knows how to hire a landscape architect. Democrats had some real weaknesses going into this. I'm pretty sure that Penguin guy left, but one of the bigger problems, bigger than Kamala running a weak campaign, is that Biden ran at all. The polling within the Democratic Party. I mean, I'm not a Democrat, and I'm sure most of you aren't Democrats, but of people who are registered Democrats and partisan Democratic Party partisans, the entire time did not want Biden to run again. The internal polling amongst Democratic Party voters was that they wanted Biden to be a one-term president. So the entire time that Biden is considering running, he understands that his own base doesn't want him to do it, and the majority of them, the majority of them prefer that he not. So he understands that there's no enthusiasm for a second term, and he continues on the path of running anyways. I mean, Biden's ego is the thing that you cannot subtract from this. Another one of the narcissistic dice rolls of the Democratic Party. While the Democratic Party is using their organs like MSNBC to present themselves as very concerned about the threat of fascism, and if you're concerned about the threat of fascism, to stand behind the Democratic Party, while they're doing that, they're they're making decisions that roll the dice based on individual ego of some dumb shit who spent his entire life in politics has already got to be the president once. They're rolling the dice on that, knowing how extraordinarily weak it is to go into an election without even a majority of your own base in favor of your candidacy. And one of the consequences of that is, however viable Kamala Harris may have been and whatever campaign she may have run, one of the things that meant is that there was not a primary. And so Kamala Harris did not enjoy the benefit, at least of even of the ritualistic process of creating a sense of consent for her candidacy amongst the electorate. Instead, she's sort of appointed by Biden as his replacement. And Biden himself had not gone through a substantive primary and had not been officially made the nominee at a convention. And the moral and democratic argument against that, put all that aside and just let's think about the real politic of that. Primaries, whether they're bullshit or substantial or not, because I know technically there was a primary, but not really. There weren't real candidates. It wasn't competitive. But the appearance of a competitive primary at least does one thing. It creates a sense of legitimacy around a candidate and it platforms the candidate. It gives them long term exposure, it gives them free advertising, and it allows the candidate to be presented as a choice endorsed and selected by the people themselves. And one of the things Biden's narcissism did was he denied the Democratic Party as a whole the ability to present a candidate that had the veneer of democratic legitimacy and who had gone through and benefited from the ritual and theater of a primary. So not only did Biden's uh, intense narcissism shorten Kamala Harris's campaign and put her in a very difficult position, but it actively removed some of the most important mechanics for a candidate to be recognized as a legitimate contender for the presidency. In addition to that, it prevented Democratic Party voters to potentially choose a stronger candidate, which also cannot be understated. Because had Biden not run at all and there been a competitive primary from the beginning, candidates that pulled stronger against Trump likely would have entered the race. And voters would have selected those candidates. And by virtue of voters pre selecting a candidate, you have the benefit of the fact that possibly because you hold a vote, that the candidate you end up with is one that is likely to win a second election because they have to win a first election. You would have had people like Gavin Newsom running. Whatever you think of Gavin Newsom, he may have pulled stronger against Trump and he may have been a better competitor. But the point is that the Democratic Party has a number of potentially strong candidates, and there would have been a testing of those candidates. And those candidates, the candidate that is elected, hypothetically, assuming primaries that aren't corrupt, that candidate would be a candidate that demonstrates that they can win a national contest, because that's what a primary is. It's a national contest. It's a pre-election before an election. So Biden's narcissism prevented that from happening as well. That did not help either. But I'm mainly not trying to play hindsight. I just have Penguin's comment from earlier kind of in my head about the weakness of Kamala's campaign. I don't like Kamala Harris at all. Cop Mala Harris can get fucked. Fuck her. Um, I do not like her stint as California's Attorney General as a Californian. She's extraordinarily draconian. Um, Punitive response to sex workers, punitive response to families struggling in dilapidated school systems to keep their kids in school, punitive response to people proven innocent in a court of law who have been imprisoned anyways, or proven innocent by DNA evidence. I don't like her at all. But objectively, the quality of her campaign is not solely a product of the campaign. Very little time to recuperate what is, in fact, overall party campaign sabotage at a party level from the incumbent president, the current president, who had every reason to expect that by even running, it would produce a loss for his party. Wanted to try and do it anyways because he thought he should be president one more time. Let's see if that 50% number in Pennsylvania has gone up. It has gone up. That's not good. The numbers in Pennsylvania are getting worse. They need to be getting better, obviously. So, uh, that's too bad for all of us on the planet. It'll be one of his kids. That's how authoritarian systems work. That will be if Michael Flynn doesn't have Trump poisoned or something, right? To present Trump as a martyr, who died peacefully of a heart attack in his sleep. We're not seeing major gap closing in Michigan. and Wisconsin's not looking better either. In fact, it's looking worse. Which it's possible that Trump does get the remaining swing states, all of them. This may, in fact, be a Trump blowout. I mean, we can mourn the death of the Republic, but, one element of this isn't irrational from the authoritarian voter's perspective. This is why, to return to this thing I talk about since I started my stream, say it in a different way. Why would people defend a system that for 50 years has made their lives worse? Why would people go out and say, but the Constitution, but the Republic, but elections? If the system has made most people's lives objectively and measurably worse, of lower quality, each year you can expect that your life doesn't get better and probably gets a little bit harder. And that goes on for 50 years. Why would people show up to defend that? When presented with the possibility of tearing it down at a certain level, people don't care what it's being torn down in favor of. They just care that it will be different. And the Democratic Party has pioneered the destruction and degradation of the quality of life of Americans after being in the mid 20th century the party of the New Deal and the expansion of the social welfare state. They have innovated in destroying the thing that created a political situation in the middle of the century where the United States was essentially a one party state with a permanent minority, the Republican Party, that occasionally won. And they have done nothing but double down on that since the 90s and intensify it. So, why would people say the Republic, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, when these things haven't worked for them? Their lives are worse than they used to be. Millennials and Gen Z are the first generations in the history of the United States projected to have shorter lifespans than their parents. It is the first time that has happened. Life, the conditions in the United States have slowly declined. It's like a frog in a pot thing. But at a certain point, you can feel the heat. But it's gotten so bad that the life expectancy of people under 40, they are expected to live shorter lives than people over 40. The quality of life in the United States has declined so much that it shows up in predictive health models. On the other hand, Okay, let's look at Associated Press's breakdown of the races yet to be called. Oh, it's just a quick summary of the numbers. Okay. Arizona's a big question mark. That's a black box. The Arizona Arizona politics around voting are chaotic. It's plausible. It's not unrealistic and overly hopeful that Michigan swings back to Kamala. Pennsylvania is looking more unlikely by the minute, and that's the most important one. So you kind of, if you lose that, you could forget everything else. Possible Kamala. Possible Kamala. Probable Trump in Pennsylvania. Probable Trump in Wisconsin. Possible Kamala in Nevada. I have to go into work tomorrow. We got a few Southerners in the chat. I'm not going to out anyone, but yeah, this got some people to commiserate with here. This number keeps going up. Harris needs to beat Trump by 54 points. At the point where some other outlet declared it for Trump, it was he needed to win the remaining votes by 50%. Trump is extending his lead. And Kamala needed to be overwhelmingly dominant in the remaining votes. The votes aren't being counted evenly. That's one thing to keep in mind. It's why the race hasn't been called by the Associated Press. They're not counted at the same rate in every county. It's not like there's different processes in each county, and ballots are often batched or counts are often batched. And so one thing that just is happening is that in any given county, someone's number jumps up a bunch because a batch from a county that candidate is dominant in got added to the count. So it's not an even progression. So it means the reason AP hasn't called Pennsylvania is this is almost certainly the product of a batch of Trump County votes being added to the total. And even though she needs to get 54 points, each time a new Trump batch is counted, it means that the remaining votes are more likely to favor Kamala if we're in a context where a lot of the counties that haven't finished counting are Kamala votes. So paradoxically, or not paradoxically, but the logic of it is that each time more Trump votes are counted, the likelihood that the remaining votes are Kamala votes go up. But that doesn't mean they're still going to reach the threshold of a Kamala Harris victory. It does simply mean that you still can't call Pennsylvania because as I said, as each batch of Trump votes is added, it means that the remaining votes are likely to be more likely to be Kamala votes. We just don't know what the ratio is. So we'll find that out. Those will be official numbers, not estimates. So this is going by the actual count. This will be a feed from the Secretary of State's office um, in each state that is giving the accurate count numbers. And this is the stress if you're hoping for this is the stress of modern elections if you're hoping for the Republicans to lose. It's sort of talked about at the beginning of the stream. In a close race, mostly the Democratic strongholds or the urban centers, and those votes take longer to count because there's more of them. And so in a close race, you're going to see the Republican candidate leading or take the lead towards the end. And then you're going to hope that the remaining vote switches it back. And we don't know. We don't know if that's going to happen. The best case scenario is that there's no one in the US military sort of higher command structure that Trump has worked with to initiate a military coup, and that the Supreme Court does put guardrails on the Trump presidency, in which case Trump will be free to pass a number of extremely restrictive policies. And the Supreme Court has already, in the wake of Roe v. Wade, has not only authorized the meaning of that ruling as expressed in the legal opinion of Justice Thomas is it undermines the precedents that the federal right to same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, um, the privacy of sex acts, a number of things. Essentially, the elimination of anti-sodomy laws, the establishment of same-sex marriage, the establishment of interracial marriage, all of those things are gone. And it becomes possible for the federal government and the state government, whichever, to restore a kind of 1950s Jim Crow oppressive hetero patriarchal um, state with the level of extremity of those systems of oppression that existed in the mid 20th century. Um, while also freeing up the Republican Party to further devolve the system of voting to its prior Jim Crow state, um, where troublesome racial demographics that challenge Republican power are taken out of the equation. That's the best case scenario for a Trump presidency. And the worst case scenario is something like the Third Reich. And Trump's rhetoric reflects a desire for something more like that. So the only question is, will there be a limitation on Trump's intent to abuse martial force, military force? And will the Supreme Court weigh Trump in? And you actually need both. Because if the Supreme Court doesn't weigh Trump in, but he does have some type of martial support, then he doesn't need the Supreme Court's approval. And if he doesn't have martial support, but the Supreme Court continues to give him a blank check, then he doesn't need the military. So, what you need to simply achieve the outcome of returning to the draconian 1950s America, what you need in the context of a Trump victory is both a Supreme Court that will rule him in and nobody in the military in a high command position that will answer Trump's call for a coup. And I want to be clear that it is confirmed and established by members of Trump's own cabinet that in 2020, Trump used staff resources and sought expert opinion from his cabinet members about whether he could use the military to suspend elections and so that wouldn't happen to begin with. And then once elections happened, whether he could use the military to stop the voting and collect the ballots. So Trump, as a human who has served as the president, has already tried to abuse martial authority. But when he tried it before, he tried to do that by going through his cabinet, and his cabinet shut it down, shut him down. And Trump has described his former cabinet members as a bunch of traitors and has selectively gone out and made sure to find new allies that are in favor of Trump authoritarianism. So the guardrail that stopped him from doing this before, that one doesn't exist. The guardrail that stopped him before was his own cabinet. And he's already corrected that. So now the final two guardrails are, will a court that has already passed a ruling that has granted Trump almost total authority, will they rein him in? And that seems very unlikely. And when Trump now directly approaches members of the military, if he hasn't already, will it be impossible for him to find somebody in a command position who will take unconstitutional orders from him? Hey, New York Knickers, how's it going? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Sorry, I was on a train of thought. How's the night treating you? Well, technically, he would still need to initiate a military coup if he's serious about the things he's talked about. I mean, he's Donald Trump. He says a lot of outrageous things. He's outlandish, right? But let's assume, for example, that he's serious about one of the things he said. So he wrote a kind of micro essay on Truth Social that was less of his sort of like shit posting from the toilet, a kind of inflammatory statement. He wrote an explanation of what he intends to do immediately upon achieving office. And in this little micro essay, the one I'm thinking of, he talks about how he wasn't able to drain the swamp because the deep state bureaucrats, now the deep state's a fucked up term, but the federal bureaucracies don't have to take unconstitutional orders. They can just, the president can say whatever he wants, but the United States supreme authority is the US Constitution and the legal precedents that stem from that Constitution. And so Trump did try and do a lot of illegal things when he was president, but he couldn't because the staff of the federal bureaucracies wouldn't do what he told them to do. So he has said that he's going to suspend the Constitution. Now, here's the funny thing about the US Constitution: it does not grant the president the authority to suspend it. It is the supreme authority. The president is bound and limited by the US Constitution. It means that the US Constitution is one of Trump's primary obstacles to his agenda. So, understandably, he would like to suspend it. He's already served as president, and he knows that he can't suspend the Constitution. If he could decide to suspend the Constitution, he would have done that 4 years ago. If you wanted to suspend the Constitution, you would need to do it by force. That is the only way to do it, is through a military coup. Either that, or the Supreme Court continues to reinterpret the Constitution as not limiting the presidency in any significant way, which is, even their last ruling on immunity was a extraordinarily intellectually dishonest, totally uncredible reading of the US Constitution, a stomach churningly gaslighting interpretation um, of the Federalist Papers and the debates at the Constitutional Convention, that was simply predicated on banking on the idea that most Americans don't understand how the Constitution works and are not scholars of constitutional history. So if a Supreme Court justice says it in their fancy robes, then it must be true. Um, so the Supreme Court has already sort of betrayed its constitutional responsibility by giving the executive branch um, unconstitutional powers. So, again, on paper, Trump can't suspend the Constitution, but he already knows that, and he tried to get around the Constitution before, and he couldn't do it. And now he's promising to suspend the Constitution. It could be that he says he's going to do it and he tries to do it and no one helps him. But were he to actually achieve that, what he would need is either one of two things, and he only needs one. He either needs a Supreme Court that will grant him the authority to do that, and the Supreme Court has showed dangerous willingness to give Trump what he wants, or he would need a military coup. All right, Wizard. Yeah, get some sleep. Thanks for participating. It's good to see you. Maybe you'll wake up and the world won't look as bleak. Yeah, it was a foregone conclusion. I mean, Wizard, I think you mentioned this really early on. That maybe it was you, Art, but yeah, it's a if just the race being close, Trump is going to claim victory to muddle the issue. So even if Kamala does end up winning in a close race, Trump's just going to preemptively declare victory. AP has called Trump for Pennsylvania, which means unless something mathematically very unlikely happens, Trump has won. because the best case scenario now for Kamala Harris is to win every other state in conflict. And even if she does that, because of the states that split their electoral college votes, it's likely that Trump would tie her. And if they tie, then Congress, the Republican controlled Congress, will declare Trump the winner. So Donald Trump has probably won the presidency. The American people let this guy describe anyone who didn't vote for him as treasonous. Um, let him brag about removing women's right to choose. Let him stand on stages with people who have open associations with the actual Nazi party. Let him stand on stage with people who described gay and trans people as vermin, which implies the need to exterminate them. They watched him say a solution to COVID is to drink bleach and expose yourself to ultraviolet radiation. They watched him describe immigrants as a threat to the blood purity of the American people. The blood purity. His phrasing. And they have decided that that's just fine. The 27, I mean, if he has Pennsylvania, the 270 is almost inevitable. Let's look at the map and assume that it's only 267. Let's look at what remains. He only needs one of the states in conflict. Let's look at if let's see what happens if Kamala wins everything still on the board. She's at 214. Arizona takes her to 225. Nevada takes her to 231. Minnesota takes her to 241. Wisconsin takes her to 251. Michigan takes her to 256. And the two remaining electoral college votes in Maine take her to 250 or 268. That's game. She doesn't win. It's done. If you really want to pray, it is possible in the complexity of vote batching and the way counts work and mail-in votes for Georgia or Pennsylvania to possibly change. It is extremely unlikely, like a less than 1% chance. But it's not completely impossible, I don't think yet, with 3% of the vote still remaining and Trump's lead being less than 3% of the vote. If the vote, particularly if the remaining votes are mail in, there is some rare chance that you could wake up tomorrow and one of these two declared states has switched. But if the Associated Press is calling the race, it probably means that the likelihood of the remaining votes being for Kamala is not being at the threshold Kamala leads is less than 1% of the chance. In other words, Dr. Frizzle Lizard is right. It's over. You really want just a few more hours or one more night of thinking this isn't happening, you can hope for that because it's only by a very high degree of probability that Kamala is ruled out. But she is not mathematically ruled out yet. She's only statistically ruled out. But the that statistical probability of her loss is extraordinarily high. The American people have just normalized that violent protection of racial blood purity is not only a legitimate political position but the preferred one. That's what they have normalized rhetorically. Thank you, Taki. It's going to be hard out there for people of color. It's going to be hard out there for anyone in the vague, even with the vaguest connection to an LGBTQ identity. I'm bisexual, by the way. I'm not too happy about my prospect for safety on that, though. As a bi white male, I am much less at risk than a trans person by orders of magnitude. It's not going to be safe for anyone because of the way Trump has normalized that these are vermin like a vermin like status. Of the concept of vermin means that it's a kind of existential threat that has to be removed. It's going to be hard for brown people, people with Latino backgrounds. It's going to be hard for black people. And it's going to be hard for Asian Americans because Trump has escalated anti Asian sentiment. Trump's rhetoric towards Muslim and Arab originating people is extraordinarily genocidal. He has advised Netanyahu to, quote, finish the job in Gaza. We know he's already instituted a Muslim ban the first time he became president. So anyone who can be even mistaken for being Muslim or Middle Eastern, including Sikhs from South Asia who are not Middle Eastern or Muslim, but wear Sikh headscarves, headdresses, are going to be vulnerable to attack. And anyone who's an immigrant. And if you are an immigrant who is also black or brown or Asian or Muslim or could be perceived as Middle Eastern, you are especially vulnerable. And the American people have signed on to that state of vulnerability. Currently, while this could change, Donald Trump leads the popular vote. One of the most depressing possibilities is that, in fact, for the third time, the majority of the American people, in fact, did not sign on to these outcomes. And that for the second time in those three times, the American people were overruled by the Electoral College. Because with a lot of the West Coast vote still to be counted, it is possible that Kamala Harris has won the popular vote. And if that is the situation, then in 3 election cycles, where the majority of American people did try and reject fascism, the very system that Trump seeks to destroy installed him anyways. The legal system, the electoral system that Trump is opposed to, installs him over the will of the majority of Americans. But we don't know that yet. It could be, in fact, possible that the majority of Americans did sign on to this. Rejected it twice, and then the third time's a charm. We'll find out. But it will be particularly depressing if the will of the American people was once again overruled on the question of Donald Trump. Now, the real question is, how weak is Kamala going to be? Because if Kamala is really committed to anti fascism, she's going to mount legal challenges. That's what she would do. She would make sure before conceding that every vote was counted, that there are not missing boxes, that every report from any observer that was skeptical about any given thing is taken very seriously, and she'll exhaust every single legal challenge, just as Trump had the right to do in 2020. And if she's not serious about anti fascism, she'll concede the race and leave us to our future without a fight. Go off to her mansion or wherever. While giving herself a big pat on the back for, the peaceful transition of power and how civilized and admirable she is for handing it over to Trump. Just disgusting. The Pennsylvania call is interesting. They're calling it based on Harris underperforming overall compared to Biden, though mathematically it's still possible for Harris to win. I don't think she's going to win, but most of the uncounted vote still exists in Democratic areas. So, well, we'll see. All right, guys. You want to vent? You want to express where you're at with this? Commit something to a digital record for Elon to scrutinize later? Now's your chance. Yeah, I don't blame you, Dream. I mean, this is also part of the terror of like Trump's first term in office was just this sort of permanent state of limbo, trying to waiting to see what he does next. That's what it was like for the 4 years he was in office. Now we're gonna wait to see what he does when he takes office, and then we're gonna wait every day to see what he brings forth the following day. The most depressing feature of this, not the most depressing feature of this, I don't know what the most is, but an additional depressing feature of this, just to wallow in this more, um, is the realization that so many of his supporters themselves don't understand how in danger they are, because they've very clearly signaled a desire to control elections. And essentially, whether or not we have them, they're effectively eliminated, which means that Trump will no longer need their support either. These people assume that if Trump becomes the boss of the country, the dictator, the CEO of the United States, and he's been promising them all this stuff, they don't understand that Trump's doing that because he needs their vote. And that when he doesn't need their vote, there's no reason to think that Trump would do a single thing for them. They don't understand how a dictatorship works. And the basic, like, even in a corrupt and limited democracy like the United States, what it means to simply have a competitive election, what a serious guardrail that is on abuse of power. There's not a conception of the importance of that. So they don't understand that they are at risk. that if they don't like Trump at some point, there will be nothing they can do about it either. That if he is successful in the things he said he wants to do, everyone is stuck with him for the rest of his life. Not only that, but that Trump is so old, at 78 years of age, that what they may be electing is not President Trump, but President J.D. Vance. And that's another failure of the Democratic Party. Trump, thinking back again to our discussion of the Daisy ad by LBJ, they made fun of J.D. Vance. But instead, imagine an ad like the Daisy ad, where it makes clear that Trump is old and you are electing President J.D. Vance. That presents in stark terms the horror of a J.D. Vance presidency by simply having some of his quotes that are totally out of sync, even with the views of most conservatives, sort of with maybe like a scary echo reverb, to really hammer home the horrific future that a J.D. Vance presidency might constitute. They couldn't even leverage that fact. The moment J.D. Vance was selected as president, as vice president, the Democratic Party should have had a whole rhetorical strain that ignored Trump's candidacy and simply spoke about the J.D. Vance presidency. That would have also had the fun effect of making Trump go out on stage and waste a lot of time because he would have definitely fallen into this trap talking about how he's not that old. He would have gone out there and appeared weak, ranting about how not old he is as a 78-year-old man, slurring his words and demonstrating his deep insecurity because he can't help himself and he actually is that insecure. And they couldn't leverage that. It's pathetic. But it's also one of the depressing artifacts we're left with, or possibilities, is that the American people, or the Electoral College, more to the point, may have just elected JD Vance president. The best case scenario, again, is that those guardrails of the civilian separation of the military and the development of U.S. military high command as professional bureaucrats rather than politicians prevents a military coup, and the Supreme Court decides they're actually going to rein Donald Trump in. And then the best case scenario is the United States population spends the next 20 years refighting the battles of the 1950s and 1960s around gender, around sexual freedom, and around race. And I mean the exact same battles: the establishment of the right to abortion, the establishment of legal protections for LGBTQ people, and the restoration of civil and voting rights, because we know those are going to go in any scenario, including one where he's reined in. because the Supreme Court has already authorized movement on those issues. So even if we retain the republic and the process of lawmaking that's existed, we're going to see a roll. We have a rollback on all those things. We already have it on Roe versus Wade, and the Supreme Court has authorized it on the other things, and Trump will do them. So we will get to fight the civil rights movement again on the exact same terms for the exact same goals. And it will probably take us a couple of decades, realistically and kind of optimistically, to restore what is going to be lost now. Well, let me pour some more salt into the wound, Pokey. It will be Gen Z's fight. I mean, it'll be all of our fight, but we'll see. I mean, it's true that the young have more flexibility to organize historically. But there's a pattern to successful social movement organizing. It's not 100%, because there are very serious exceptions, and we talked about some of them earlier in the stream, like the 1930s labor movement, um, and elements of the 60s movements. But in general, you're more likely to be able to effectively organize. It's not exclusive. It's not totally determinative, as I said, so take it with a grain of salt as I pour salt. But one of the challenges Gen Z is going to have is it's easier to organize when you have more free time and resources. Um, and the more likely scenario for a successful social movement is if it's middle class driven, specifically because people have more free time and money to organize. And one of the challenges that millennials have had and Gen Z has is the smallest share of generation of wealth in the generational pie, of any other relative to the other contemporary existing generation of any other period in U.S. history. The wealth share is the smallest, which means that while it's not impossible for successful and effective social movements like those of the 50s and 60s to emerge, it's going to be much more challenging for millennials, Gen Z, and the generation that comes after Gen Z. Because there's no reason to think that material conditions are going to improve at this point and allow for more money and free time. Even even the civil rights movement enjoyed a boon to the resources and standards of living, of the black population as an artifact of um, high levels of industrial regularization and wage normalization during World War II. And as they enjoyed a sliver of New Deal benefits, of course, most New Deal benefits were denied, but there's a relationship between the increased intensity of the 50s and 60s civil rights movement and the influx of resources and the slight pickup of material conditions for the black population compared to the civil rights movement uh, beginning at the end of the abolition of slavery. Because the civil rights movement actually didn't emerge in the 50s. It's a consistent movement that's consistently organizing in a very clear sort of chain of relationships. It simply is able to intensify its ongoing sort of work in the 50s. And again, improvements in standard of living are no small part of that. In the earlier decades, the earlier civil rights movement had successes. The labor movement in the 20s and 30s was composed of some of the most repressed and impoverished workers. There are major exceptions with serious structural victories won by people who didn't have very much time and resources. So it's not impossible, but harder and probably takes longer. Well, I mean, Pokey, the numbers for millennials are not any better, like empirically. Um, I have friends that have gotten stable jobs that pay well, that are my age, around 40 years old. But as a group, the share of wealth for millennials has stayed stagnant for 20 years. So if you just lump all millennials together and look at their income and assets, millennials own the and are pay millennials have the exact same amount of money that they did when they entered the workforce at age 18. There has been no change, no improvement. It is a flat, stagnant line. And personally, I'm one of those people. I've never made more than $25,000 a year in my life. That has been my rate of pay forever. So I'm right like in the middle of that. That means some millennials, they might be making $800,000. Some millennials are making $5,000 a year, but it averages out the same amount of income that everyone was making at age 18. And I personally am just a reflection of that statistic. That's just exactly my life. It's just straight line. Except it does amount to a pay cut because, cost of living goes up. So there's that. Anyway, I do have faith in Gen Z um, in particular. They're, you know, they've voted a little bit more than prior generations at their same age, but more importantly, they've engaged in more militant and, um, I think, intelligent s- moments of rupture and social challenge, particularly around Black Lives Matter a few years ago. There's, I think, really positive signs for a level of movement sophistication that hopefully will continue to develop in Gen Z and will be passed down to um, Generation Alpha. one of the things that makes me less pessimistic about the future is simply knowing that Gen Z exists. But it is going to be hard for them. It's going to be hard because they're not going to have the resources and free time to work as efficiently or as consistently um, as would be required to take care of the problems that are going to be created quickly. Which is why I say we're probably like a best case scenario is like in 20 years we kind of undermine the damage this is going to do, because the damage is also not just the legal damage, it's the return to the legitimacy of the dominant position being a explicitly white supremacist position as it was in the mid 20th century during Jim Crow, where that's not just an opinion someone can have, but it's the mainstream normal opinion that seems to be the one that we all have to respond to and defend against, because it now has the approval of a majority of American people, or at least that perception. And the legacy of that is going to continue far beyond Trump. And it's going to continue far beyond Trump because of the amount of people that actually support that. Even if the electoral call, even if the popular vote ends up being in favor of Kamala Harris, will still mean that almost half the people thought Jim was a return, at minimum, to the Jim Crow 1950s was necessary and um, desirable. One thing to look out for is Kamala. Okay, more practically, in terms of the immediate election, one thing, look out for Kamala Harris's concession. Um, when she concedes, it's probably over. Uh, until she's conceded, it means her campaign thinks there is either a mathematical chance or a legal path to victory. And of course, she's going to have an army of lawyers and statisticians and on the ground eyes giving her information that, um, frankly, not even the best journalists will have. That this will be unique and specific to her campaign. So as long as that doesn't happen, if you want to go against the odds and just grant yourself some more time before accepting Trump, you can do that up until the point where Kamala concedes. And her lack of concession can actually signal that there is something, some option available. Well, there sort of has. It's called Project 2025, which unfortunately, I don't think I have the energy to go over. I can only be so depressing as a broadcast host in one sitting, and I think I've laid it on pretty thick tonight. So much so that even in my what often seems like a infinite ability to absorb terrible knowledge, I'm not sure that I have the emotional capacity to go through the agenda of Project 2025, which is something co-constructed by Trump's closest advisors, which Trump has said he's not really in favor of, even though it's put together by his team. But if you're not familiar with it and you want to depress yourself more tonight specifically, because I'll make time to talk about Project 2025 more on stream now that we may have to take it much more seriously. Then Google it in the meantime if you want more punishment. Yeah, Dream. I wish that part of it's me. I don't know why. I'm just this way. I know it's been a solid session of salt. I'm trying to think of things to say that are less negative without lying or engaging in denial or doing it purely for an emotional kind of an artificial emotional boost. And the only thing I can sort of point out and sort of center without feeling dishonest is as terrible as this current 68 million, almost 70 or 69 million votes are, and what that signifies. There's still over 60 million people that said fuck this shit. Now, I don't think that means that tomorrow is going to be a better world. Tomorrow is going to be a worse world. But I've said before on stream that, you know, Trump has that group of like 30% of the population that are like in a cult and will follow him anywhere. And I've pointed out that that's past the threshold you need for a kind of revolution. And that goes both ways. And I don't think that there's anything in the works or active that would allow for a significant structural movement based challenge tomorrow or next month or even this year. But 60 million people is a pretty big number, and there's a lot of room for development there because this is the amount of people that saw it and said no thank you, and at least did one physical act to try and stop it. It only takes a fraction of those people to decide to engage in more physical acts to stop it, to start to be able to develop something that can challenge what's going to happen. It's just unfortunate that at this point in global history, we have to play defense around things that we had already won instead of playing offense on everything else we need to make gains on. We're going to be protecting ourselves and recuperating losses instead of making gains on the climate, gains on global military power and US imperialism, gains on wages, healthcare, living conditions, race, gender, sexuality. But this is a fertile garden. This is a strong starting point. We aren't alone. And with organizing and the presence of the reality of this side over here, it means it's possible to get some of these people to imagine what a actual liberatory future might look like as we live in an increasingly regressive one. That's about as far as I can go in terms of unsalting, because I do think at least all of that is empirically true. And the million who said fuck this whole thing, that's hopeful too. Netanyahu has publicly congratulated Trump. Okay, guys, friends, people of all genders, I think I'm going to call it for the night. Um, Wait and see for that concession speech from Harris. Hold out hope if you must. Cope in what ways you can. And I will see you soon. I've been streaming for a while, and I think it's time for me to get off. Obviously, we'll continue talking about things in between playing video games. See you guys later. Oh, if you're watching and lurking, if you don't mind, if you've enjoyed your time here, remember to like and subscribe if possible. I may need those little bit of subscription dollars because Trump may put me out of a job as a college professor. Bye bye.